I just had one more question.
Emily?
I thought we got 3.
You got 2. Emily?
More questions than answers this morning as city leaders announce expanding violence reduction strategies throughout the city. We dive into the programs and the effectiveness to deter crime. And as we continue to push for answers from our elected leaders, we are now looking into their pay raises set for the new year. Why residents say the money could be better used elsewhere.
Starting off very foggy on this Wednesday morning. We will be talking about how long the fog and the rain showers stick around as well coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for waking up with us on this Wednesday, December 7th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in and start our day with meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's got a look at our forecast. Good morning.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning to all of you as well. Definitely foggy here this morning. We're talking about zero visibility out there, so it is very tough to see outside. This is our Towson camera, and this is what you're waking up to. So if you are up in the next couple of hours, next hour or so, if you're just up now and you got to get out in the next hour or two, it will be tough going on the roadways because it's tough to see. Now, we're not seeing rain. It's just the fog, and our temperatures are actually mild. Lower 50s for Westminster and Bel Air to Cockeysville, 52 in Baltimore City right now. A foggy morning. We do have a few showers on tap for us today, and temperatures actually staying above average as we take you into the afternoon. So your morning drive, again, the fog is going to be the biggest issue through about 8 a.m. Finally, once we get the sun up, we'll try to get some of that fog burned off, and temps that will be in the 50s throughout the afternoon today. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. And that fog, certainly an issue for those of you getting up and hitting the roads here this morning. Look at our live cameras and our Len Stoller traffic network here this morning. You can see visibility, again, very reduced out there. Just give yourself some extra time. Be careful as you head out this morning. We want to begin with some breaking news overnight and a possible shooting in Hampden. It happened last night around 11 right outside of the 7-Eleven on Falls Road. Our crew was on the scene and spoke with witnesses who say it appeared to be a fight, followed by one shot fired and a Maserati fleeing the scene. Fox 45 News reached out to the Baltimore Police Department for details. We are still waiting to hear back. 4:32 and turning to a city in crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott doubling down on his group violence reduction strategy, or GVRS. Right now, the strategy is operating in the Western Police District, but the city is expanding efforts into the Southwestern District beginning next year. The mayor's goal is to have the program operating in every part of the city by mid-2024. The Western District has seen a 33% decrease in gun violence from last year. City leaders say they're not celebrating, but it is a sign of progress.
While none of us up here are celebrating that violence is gone in Baltimore, we are talking about a significant step in the right direction of seeing violence be reduced at this level in our most violent district, but also that even as we stand here today, that homicides and shootings, while we are over 300, are down from last year as well, right? So that's the reality.
ONSI Director Shante Jackson says GVRS will move into the Central Police District after its expansion into the Southwest District. The expansion announcement comes with maps and charts showing why the city says the GVRS is working. Fox 45 News is continuing to ask for data surrounding some of the other violence intervention programs like Safe Streets. Well, pay raises for some city leaders are set to take effect at the start of next year. This on the heels of Mayor Scott vetoing the city council's plan to reduce pension requirements. Fox 45 News' Rebecca Pryor has the response and concern from Baltimore residents.
Yeah, these pay raises are approved quietly and require no input from voters, causing some to question, do our city leaders truly deserve them?
At the start of next year, some of City Hall's top earners scheduled for yet another pay raise. Salary bump sparked by city law that's been on the books since 2007. The law says if at least one city union or employee group receives a pay increase, all elected officials are entitled to a 2.5% raise. Because the union representing salaried city employees got a raise this summer, now salaries across the board will be adjusted. Among those benefiting, the city council president, comptroller, all 14 city council members, and Mayor Brandon Scott. He will now make more than $200,000 a year.
His salary is completely out of whack when you look at the size of the city, you look at the problems in the city. Baltimore City is a city that has a lot of problems, so getting a raise doesn't make any sense.
David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is among those taking issue with the widespread raises. He believes a boost in pay should be performance-based, not automatic.
What needs to happen is that they should have to vote on this every year or every time there is a pay increase, so the voters know exactly who's voting for the pay increase and who isn't voting for it. That would provide more transparency and probably fewer pay raises.
However, the mayor is defending the practice, saying the 2.5% increase helps keep up with inflation.
Despite this being a news story every year, it's really not really a news story because everybody in any line of work every year typically gets cost of living increases, and this is basically what this amounts to.
But not all of his constituents agree.
The cost of living goes up, but our pay don't go up. So why should their pay go up and ours don't? And we're the ones that pay them.
Baltimore City residents we spoke with say it's not always commonplace for them to earn annual pay raises. The mayor also ran on a promise to curb crime, a promise that won him votes but has yet to be realized. For the 8th straight year in a row, the city surpassing 300 homicides. And as crime climbs, Baltimore's population continues to fall, leaving some to question. Does Mayor Scott deserve more than $200,000 a year?
He needs to, put a little more effort in there to earn, to own up to those earnings.
The city need that $200,000 just for the streets or the schools.
This just underlies the frustration that people have with elected officials because they get automatic pay raises, yet there's no accountability for it.
Now, since 2007, when this law was passed, the mayor's salary has jumped nearly $80,000. Reporting in Baltimore, Rebecca Pryor, Fox 45 News.
All right, Rebecca, thank you. Turning now to counties under pressure. Police are releasing several new images surrounding an investigation into gun store burglaries. They happen in Montgomery and Anne Arundel counties, spanning 5 locations, all between November 19th and the 28th. Anyone with information is asked to call Montgomery County or Anne Arundel County Police. Maryland State Police are asking for your help identifying this car that they say was involved in a deadly hit and run Sunday morning in Prince George's County. Police say the car struck and killed a 23-year-old Columbia man on I-95. It's a black Nissan Altima with a New Jersey license plate. The number pictured right there on your screen. If you think that you might have seen this car, you can contact Maryland State Police's crash team. The fate of the Orioles could be set, at least for the foreseeable future. The claims from one team owner that put the timeline in question. Plus, another gloomy start to the day here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if we clear up here this afternoon. 4:38, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Your Weather Authority forecast. This is what it looks like outside. That is our camera on top of the Transamerica building, and we've got a lot of the fog that is down all the way to the ground. So tough going as you head out this morning. That visibility is low. Definitely a yellow light on your morning drive. Temps are in the 50s, so it's not necessarily cold, but it is definitely foggy. Back with your full forecast and when this fog will lift coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. We have an update this morning in a lawsuit over control of the Baltimore Orioles, and one Angelos family member claiming the others could move the team. The Orioles are not going anywhere, though. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred telling members of the Baseball Writers Association as long as he's in charge, count on the Birds staying in Baltimore. The Angelos family recently extended the lease at Hampden Yards after the state announced more than $1 billion in Maryland Stadium Authority funding.
An alarming trend in our reproductive health. I'm Liz Bonus. Some important stuff for guys just ahead.
And the controversy surrounding Twitter continued this morning. Still ahead, the press from Republican lawmakers to gain clarity. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, the massive defense bill likely to end the vaccine mandate in the military. Congressional lawmakers join us live to discuss the impacts on our nation's heroes. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:42, and you're watching a very foggy start to this Fox 45 Morning News Early Edition. It is 4:45, and in your health headlines this morning, a new study shows an alarming trend in men's health that researchers say could impact our population and much more. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains why.
Hey there, everybody. This new study shows what researchers say could have potential implication for human reproduction.
In recent decades, sperm counts worldwide have fallen by more than 50%. Researchers say the concern is that there's a strong link between a man's reproductive health and health overall. This information comes from a summary of studies before the pandemic began.
It's not COVID related, but nobody knows what it is due to, and it's actually really worrisome for our entire species, frankly.
Data from the studies was extracted and fed into models to show overall sperm counts fell by slightly more than 1% per year between 1973 and 2018. The study concluded that globally, the average sperm count had fallen 52% in that time. When researchers restricted this analysis to certain years, they found the decline in sperm seemed to be accelerating, going from an average of 1% per year after 73 to almost 3% after 2020.
There really was no suggestion of what the cause was in the study. It was just an observation that this is an ongoing issue. It had been recognized, going back 25 or 30 years. It wasn't clear if it was going to stop, but it hasn't stopped. It's actually progressing.
The question now, what's driving it? From obesity rates to smoking to activity rates to our environment. Researchers say that needs to be answered.
Is it just our more poor health habits that is leading to that, or is there something else in the environment that's contributing? And it's critical that we find that out because, we have to continue to propagate the species.
It is important to note, however, that even with this drop, sperm counts are still considered within normal ranges. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. In other health headlines, the Food and Drug Administration is in need of a major overhaul when it comes to the food safety in the U.S. That's according to a report done by the agency by an independent group of experts who were commissioned by the agency's leader. After heavy criticism for their handling of the baby formula shortage, the FDA commissioner asked for a thorough review of the agency. Experts say the FDA needs to be much more proactive in dealing with foodborne pathogens in order to protect Americans, suggesting the agency create a separate center for nutrition within the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. All right, 4:47 now. Let's check back in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and see if we can see anything. How's it going?
Tough to see. Like you got to, get the knife, try to cut through things. That's what we're looking at with that visibility that is greatly reduced right now. Our live cam here in Towson can't even see the Towson traffic circle. When you see temperatures here at 52 degrees with the dew point very close to the air temperature, that typically means almost 100% humidity. Now, we're not getting rain. It's just really the fog. And you can see that here on our visibility map where some of us are seeing a mile or less visibility, especially in some of the areas in Baltimore County, Harford County, up into parts of Carroll County as well, the half-mile of visibility or less. So early this morning, obviously the sun doesn't come up until after 7 o'clock. So as you're getting out over the next couple of hours, need to watch out for this fog hanging around. This is what's going on with our HD radar. We have a few showers that are just to the west of Baltimore City and County right now. These are going to be rolling in over the next couple of hours, and just kind of spotty showers is what we are going to see. But notice that big area of low pressure and that cold front. We're going to get the warm air out ahead of that as we head later into the day today. So our temperatures are not going to be the story. We're actually going to see some mild temperatures, even though we still have to deal with some of this wet weather. On your Rise and Shine cast, the fog stays with us here. Lower 50s over the next couple of hours. Sun is not up until 7:13 this morning. And our high temps today, you look at this and go, all right, cool. But we're not going to see much in the way of sun with temperatures in the mid to upper 50s across the area for Carroll and Baltimore counties, almost 7 to 10 degrees above average for this time of year. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're also going to see that mild air in place with upper 50s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge over through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. And up and down the 95 corridor, you can see those temps staying in the upper 50s, even 60 in D.C. later today. Now, numbers are going to start coming down, and they're trending down as we head into Friday and Saturday, where we'll get some colder air in for this upcoming weekend. But as I mentioned, we're going to keep the warm air out ahead of that front this afternoon. We keep the clouds with us. Again, a couple of spotty showers. As we head toward Thursday, we get some drier air working in. May even see some pockets of sunshine by tomorrow afternoon. And then Thursday night into Friday morning, that's going to be our next weather maker, bringing the rain showers to us. That stays with us through Friday morning. Friday actually starts to clear out a little bit toward the afternoon, and then another round of a few showers coming in late Friday into early Saturday morning. Some areas in parts of northwestern Maryland and areas to the northwest around the PA-Maryland line could see a few flakes flying. Those models have been a little bit kind of all over the place, and they're backing off this morning in terms of how much we're actually going to get. it. So we're not looking at measurable precip or snowfall, but again, a few flakes flying. We may see that early Saturday morning. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Overall, we'll be a little bit drier as we head toward the middle of the weekend, and we finally clear out toward the middle of or early part of next week. Meg.
All right, Justin, thank you. Taking a look at the roads, our Len Stoller Traffic Network, and there's that fog Justin has been talking about here this morning. Our live cameras certainly indicating that it's going to be a tough ride for many folks heading in this morning. Give yourself some extra time. Be careful because of the visibility out there and the lack thereof. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Hi, Mark. How's it going?
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Going pretty well for the most part. You'll find just a minor delay on the MARC train system for the start. It's Penn Train 401. That's presently running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light rail link showing no delays or difficulties on time service from end to end. And Metro subway link on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you.
The White House brushing off Elon Musk's newly released Twitter conversations about a negative story surrounding the Biden family. Republican lawmakers want answers. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington.
Plus, efforts this morning to curb the crime crisis in Baltimore. We question the mayor on transparency surrounding crime reduction plans. It is 4:51 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Stocks falling for a fourth straight day. The Dow dropping 350 points. The S&P lost 57 and the Nasdaq shed 225. With these losses, the S&P is already down more than 3% this week. Investors are expecting the Fed to gradually slow rate increases, but they fear the slower pace might not be enough to avoid a recession. More than half of the casinos in Maryland saw revenue decreases in November compared to last November. A rare step back. Just 2 casinos actually saw increases: MGM National Harbor and Horseshoe Casino downtown. Overall this year, casino revenue is up across the state. Continuing coverage this morning, Republican lawmakers are calling for Twitter executives to testify before Congress. As national correspondent Kayla Gaskins reports, it allows and follows Elon Musk's release of communications surrounding Hunter Biden's laptop.
The fallout of the Twitter files hitting Washington.
More and more we do see big media, big government, big tech having to acknowledge that this wasn't Russian disinformation.
Newly released company conversations show the social media giant temporarily hushed a negative story about the Biden family ahead of the 2020 election. Employees at the time worried the information came from hackers, despite lacking evidence. Republicans aiming at answers.
We should never allow it to happen in our country again, where there's a news story that's very relevant to an election and we allow the wagons to be circled and the American people to be shielded from that content.
The White House brushing off the issue.
Twitter was so haphazardly pushed this distraction. That is a full of old news, if you think about it.
Cornell law professor William Jacobson arguing the matter deserves attention.
I think they're still trying to kill the story, that this is a huge story. This is not a story about a laptop. It's the Biden family corruption story. It's really a story of Joe Biden selling his office as vice president and selling access to him when he was, a potential candidate for the presidency.
Even if mainstream media outlets don't appear to be granting much coverage.
I find it very discouraging and disappointing that mainstream media outlets are not willing to acknowledge, even after the fact, that there was real news in October of 2020 about that laptop, but also the way that that laptop story was stifled is news now. Mainstream media outlets are too interested in kind of shaping the political sphere rather than to reporting honestly.
Republican lawmakers have questions about the FBI's role in suppressing the story, questions they hope a full investigation will answer. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Thank you, Kayla. Governor Larry Hogan bans the use of TikTok on state government devices. The emergency directive from Hogan bans multiple Chinese and Russian platforms, and it includes shopping sites like Alibaba, the Chinese equivalent of Amazon. Also bans social media apps like TikTok and WeChat. Well, some GOP leaders across the country are making similar calls. South Carolina and South Dakota's governors also banning the app. Wisconsin's Republican representatives in Congress are asking the state's Democratic governor to ban TikTok as well. And they're calling the video sharing app a national security threat. Facebook's parent company, Meta, is threatening to remove all news content from its platform. Congress is weighing a bill that would open the door for news outlets to request compensation from big tech companies that distribute their content. They say that it would help the struggling local news industry and prevent social media from becoming America's de facto local newspaper. A Meta spokesman argues big tech companies help direct traffic to news outlets, not the other way around. Former President Donald Trump's company is convicted of tax fraud. A criminal court jury in New York finds the Trump Organization guilty of all charges in a 15-year tax fraud scheme. Prosecutors allege that the company helped top executives cheat on their taxes by including off-the-book perks like free apartments and luxury cars. New York prosecutors spent 3 years investigating Trump and his businesses. The Trump Organization could be fined up to $1.6 million. It would be a light fine for the company and likely won't jeopardize its future. Trump calls the investigation a witch hunt.
Mayor Scott is expanding the group violence reduction strategy. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, we're looking into the questions that remain about the effectiveness of the program.
Pay bumps are soon coming for city leaders. Coming up, questions surrounding those raises and your reaction.
Temperatures are not too bad right now. We are dealing with the foggy conditions. However, we'll talk about when this fog lifts and what we can expect later today coming up on your forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning. On this Wednesday, December 7th, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Inside, we can see each other. Outside, we couldn't see each other this far. It's so much fog this morning.
Not at all. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, I see you now, but behind you, man.
Yeah, it's been tough, guys. This morning, all of us driving in with the dark conditions and then all of the fog as well. That visibility pretty much down to the ground is what we're seeing. In fact, you can see from our Towson cam right now, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, can't even see the Towson traffic circle. There's a car driving around there, I think. Here's a look at your current visibility map, and a lot of us seeing a half-mile visibility or less over Baltimore City and County, up into Hartford and Cecil counties, out into Carroll County, even down into parts of northern Howard County. So all in all, we are definitely dealing with the foggy conditions. No real rain that we're tracking at this time. You can see that rain well to the west of us and a few showers in the eastern shore. But overall, not really seeing the rain, just the fog. Temperatures in the 50s this hour. We'll continue to see those numbers stay in the 50s here through the morning, but we'll take a little closer look at what we can expect with our full forecast in just a few. Tom, how's it looking on the roads if you can see anything?
Yep, believe it or not, actually no incidents to report around the Baltimore region. In fact, it's reflected right here in your drive times in your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Everyone in the green at 5:01. We begin this morning, the city in crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott doubling down on his crime reduction plan.
With the city seeing over 300 homicides for the 8th straight year, Fox 45 News is examining if the crime plan is actually working.
And as the city grapples with this crime crisis, our elected leaders are set to get raises.
We have live team coverage of a city in crisis this morning. We've got, in just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly joining us from downtown Baltimore. She's got a look into the massive raises that leaders will earn in the new year and concerns from residents who question whether or not they deserve it. But we begin with Olivia Dance, and she joins us from West Baltimore with a look into the latest push from Mayor Brandon Scott to expand his crime reduction plan. Olivia.
Well, good morning. And the mayor is expanding his group violence reduction strategy to the entire city by mid-2024. The program is currently piloted here in the Western District, and city leaders say that the plan is working.
I am confident the strategy is working, and I am very optimistic that expanding to the Southwestern District and eventually across the city is going to prove fruitful.
Now, this is the third time Baltimore leaders have tried to implement the Group Violence Reduction Strategy, or GVRS, which works to intervene before crime occurs. Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says the Western District has seen a 33% reduction in gun violence in the last year, but Baltimore has once again surpassed 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row, with fewer lives cut short in 2022 compared to the same time last year.
None of us up here are celebrating that violence is gone in Baltimore. We are talking about a significant step in the right direction of seeing violence be reduced at this level in our most violent district, but also that even as we stand here today, that homicides and shootings, while we are over 300, are down from last year as well, right? So that's the reality.
Long-term funding of the GVRS expansion remains unclear. Currently, the program is funded through the Federal American Rescue Plan, and Commissioner Harrison says there will also need to be additions to staff to support the expansion. But given Baltimore police are severely understaffed, he says he's looking at repurposing existing resources. Back to you.
Olivia, city leaders are confident about the program and how it's working, but moving forward, how will the public know if it's effective?
Yeah, Patrice, great question. And actually, at the announcement yesterday, they had charts and maps showing why they think that the plan is working. But moving forward, the city says that the data will be available on a dashboard for the public to see. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. During the news conference, Mackenzie Frost pressed leaders on transparency surrounding the crime prevention plan. Are questions ultimately going ignored and interrupted?
So that all of Baltimore has access to it on our website and don't have to just find out what those statistics look like on the news.
Emily?
I just had one more question.
Emily?
I thought we got 3.
You got 2. Emily? Come on, Emily.
I was told we got 3 questions. I just wanted to
Emily?
ask.
Well, the latest news conference was far from the first time we've seen Mayor Brandon Scott cut one of our reporters' questions.
Does that mean that your 5-year plan will be tweaked at all?
Thank you, Mackenzie.
All right, thanks.
I think, Mackenzie, I'll just cut you off and just start talking. So,
If you have a process, why was it leaked to WBAL?
See you later.
Well, despite that, Fox 45 News will continue to seek answers from city leaders. Our commitment is to ask tough questions and hold elected leaders accountable for the problems facing Baltimore.
Fox 45 News demanding answers about raises coming to those city leaders. The news comes just days after the mayor vetoed the city council's plan to reduce the amount of time that they need to serve in order to earn a lifetime pension for their part-time work. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the ongoing questions reaction to these raises. Shannon.
Well, as for a reaction, Tom, some people are wondering whether or not our city leaders really deserve this pay raise, that we're going to see this pay bump start in the beginning of the new year, and it's going to mean that salaries go up for some of City Hall's top earners. In fact, take a look right here. We know that salary is going to raise for both the city council president, the comptroller, all 14 city council members, as well as the mayor, who is now going to make more than $200,000. And this all goes back to a law that's been on the books since 2007. The law says that if at least one city union or employee group receives a pay increase, all elected officials are entitled to a 2.5% raise. So because the union representing salaried city employees got a raise this summer, now salaries will be adjusted. David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is among those taking issue with this. He believes a boost in pay should be performance-based. Meanwhile, though, the mayor is defending the practice. So let's take a listen to those two different perspectives.
This just underlies the frustration that people have with elected officials because they get automatic pay raises, yet there's no accountability for it. What needs to happen is that they should have to vote on this every year or every time there is a pay increase, so the voters know exactly who's voting for the pay increase and who isn't voting for it. That would provide more transparency and probably fewer pay raises.
Despite this being a news story every year, it's really not really a news story because everybody in any line of work every year typically gets cost of living increases, and this is basically what this amounts to.
Now, for some perspective on that, since this law was passed in 2007, the mayor's salary has jumped by $80,000. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon, and we want to hear from you. Do you think city leaders deserve a raise? So far, as you see on the bottom there, 99% of the voters who have already voted say no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
5:07 in new overnight, Georgia Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock has won re-election, narrowly beating out Republican challenger Herschel Walker in the state's runoff race.
Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with what this means moving forward. Megan?
Yeah, guys, taking you live to Capitol Hill here this morning, where we know Democrats have now officially claimed that 51st and final Senate seat in the 2022 midterm election here. And what this now means, guys, is that gives Democrats the outright majority. This is for the rest of President Biden's current term. Much like the primary, this runoff race was very close. This morning, final results still trickling in, but with about 98% of the vote in right now, Warnock has won more than 51.3% of the vote. Republican challenger Herschel Walker now conceding. This election marks Senator Warnock's second runoff victory, by the way. He will now be in office for the next 6 years. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Meg. We're talking about a foggy start to your Wednesday morning. We'll talk about when this fog lifts and what we can expect later today. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. Back in our Weather Authority Forecast Center, tracking the fog that is out there this morning. We'll take another shot here from one of our cameras that we have posted. This is our Towson cam. Can't even see the Towson traffic circle. And this is how it's going to be as you make your way out, more than likely for the next couple of hours. You can see the visibility continues to be reduced, especially in northern Baltimore and Carroll counties, up into Harford County as well. A quarter mile or less. So that's basically that fog that is right down to the ground. So definitely a yellow light on your morning drive. Mr. Bose says take it slow. Don't get the high beams on, especially when you have the foggy conditions like this. We're back with your full forecast. We'll check what we can expect for the rest of today and a look ahead to our colder weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. A ban on TikTok coming to some people that are here in Maryland. What sparked the decision in other states making that same call?
Plus, Christmas is right around the corner. How people are feeling about COVID implications and whether or not it will impact their plans. 5:12. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.515 and Maryland's men's basketball puts its undefeated record to the test this week. The team is going on the road for the first time in the Big Ten. In fact, the Terps are undefeated no more. Despite 17 points from Jameer Young, 14 turnovers doomed the Terps. They fell by a score of 64-59, moving to an 8-1 on the year. Next up, though, they take on Tennessee Saturday in Brooklyn.
Oh, they had a good run. Safety Chuck Clark makes a big impact on the field for the Ravens, but his community outreach, that's what's making headlines. Clark is a finalist for the NFL's Walter Payton Man of the Year award, given each year to a player who exemplifies service and character. Every NFL team selects one nominee. Now, Clark is a regular volunteer with Special Olympics Maryland and helps out with the team's Holiday Helpers event at Christmas. The winner will get $250,000 for a charity of their choice. All other nominees will receive $40,000 to donate.
Well, it's time for the quarterfinals at the FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Now, the action begins with a doubleheader Friday as Croatia is playing Brazil right at 10 o'clock. Then the Netherlands takes on Argentina that afternoon at 2, and you can catch both matches right here on Fox 45.
All right, it's 5:16. It's now time to get another check of our foggy start to this day.
Yeah, wet and just, ugh. So let's find out exactly if they need the umbrella at the bus stop. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, and that's the thing, guys. We'll still see at least a few showers that'll be rolling through as we head into the later part of the morning. I'll show you that in our forecast here in just a second. But this is what it looks like right now. Basically, pea soup out there, or a soupy start to your morning. Our temperatures are actually mild, but we always talk about the air temperature and the dew point, which is the temperature of the atmosphere that becomes saturated. So 52 is the air temperature, 51 your dew point, so that puts that humidity right there at 97%, and that means that we are seeing the foggy conditions. We've got visibility out there a mile or less, even a quarter mile and a half mile visibility for northern Carroll and Baltimore counties, up into parts of Harford and Cecil County, down through Baltimore City. The farther south you go, it's a little bit less in the terms of the foggy conditions, but we're not really seeing much in the way of actual rainfall. Our HD radar is pretty dry right now. We are seeing some showers in the areas of western Maryland, up into parts of southern PA at this time, and even down toward the eastern shore. This is all along this cold front that is still to the west of us, so that's why we have that mild air that is going to be streaming up over the next couple of hours. Let me show you the HD future scan and our hourly future scan. Over the next few hours, that southerly wind, not much wind, but the warmer air is going to be in place, and that's why we have those showers 8, 9, 10 o'clock here through the morning. Still a few of those scattered showers left over. Taking you into the afternoon, less of the chance of rain, but really the clouds will stay here and will be kind of socked in essentially until we get into Thursday. Finally, we'll start to see some sun by tomorrow. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, yeah, go ahead and throw the rain jacket on them. Have the umbrella just in case, but it's not cold. 52 by 7 a.m., upper 50s into the noon hour, and we'll top out in those mid to upper 50s as well later today. Mild air in place. Typically 50 degrees is where we are, so a lot of us will be in the upper 50s, even a few lower 60s for the eastern shore. Notice our numbers are going to start to come down. We'll get some cooler air working in tomorrow, and then Friday and Saturday our numbers drop back down to the 40s, which will actually be below average, kind of hanging into those lower 50s through the middle of next week. This is that widespread future scan, so you can see that front coming through as we head into the later part of the day today. Behind the front, we'll get some clearing for tomorrow, but the colder air is going to be whirling in as we head toward tomorrow night and into early Friday. That's going to be our next weather maker, and that's going to bring some rain showers for us in the overnight hours, so we'll wake up to wet conditions on Friday morning with some leftover rain. Friday during the day, a mix of some clouds and sun, and then late Friday night into early Saturday, there is an indication that we could see some more showers rolling in. Some areas in parts of our northwest sections of our viewing area and around the Maryland PA line may see a few flakes flying, but again, these models keep backing off in terms of how much precip we're getting in. Even if we do get some of that, not really going to be measurable or accumulating snowfall at that. So upper 50s today, mid 50s tomorrow, back to the 40s as I mentioned Friday and Saturday. Sunday, may see a stray shower or two late into the afternoon, and we'll finally start to clear things out by early next week. Let's get a check of our mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. Out there right now, Justin, you'll find on the MARC train system, Camden train 841 operating with about a 10-minute delay, and we've got train 890 on the Brunswick line running about 5 minutes late, allowed time there. Light rail link right on schedule in both directions, and Metro subway link showing no delays or difficulties between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Well, the fate of the Orioles could be set, at least for the foreseeable future. The claims from one team owner that put the timeline in question.
The legal battle continues over the release of a Catholic clergy abuse report. Coming up, we are live with the latest developments and the lawsuit being filed today. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
5:23 and making headlines this morning, Dr. Anthony Fauci, who is soon to retire, testified in a lawsuit against the Biden administration's COVID-19 policy last month.
A newly released transcript of his deposition is now raising some questions, though, about how much the administration worked with big tech to control COVID-related misinformation.
The National Desk Ryan Smith reports.
When Fauci speaks, big tech censors, and that's what this lawsuit's all about.
The attorneys general of Missouri and Louisiana this week released a transcript of their November 23rd deposition of Dr. Anthony Fauci, which stems from the state's May lawsuit, in effort to uncover any potential collusion between Biden administration officials, Fauci, and social media companies. Fauci was asked his opinion on whether people should be allowed to post on social media opinions that are dangerous. He responded that his approach is to, quote, flood the system with the correct information as opposed to interfering with other people's ability to say what they want to say. Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt points out Fauci, who is retiring from his job at the NIH at the end of the year, said 174 times he could not recall specifics during his deposition. Schmidt says another issue that came out of Fauci's testimony was over the Wuhan lab leak theory and COVID's origins.
They immediately went, I think because they knew they were exposed because his agency was funding gain-of-function research in Wuhan, went to discredit that and label anybody that came out with that just weeks later as a conspiracy theorist.
In September, a federal judge in Louisiana ordered the Biden administration to turn over communications between federal officials and social media companies. Full Measure's Cheryl Atkinson sat down with Stanford School of Medicine professor Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, whom she reports helped lead scientists toward a different approach during the pandemic. Instead of shutdowns, isolate the people at risk and allow others to live regular lives. But emails show now former NIH director Dr. Francis Collins wrote to Dr. Fauci about the need for a, quote, quick and devastating published takedown of his ideas.
It just reeks of scientific incompetence or the manipulation of science in order to get their desired policy ends.
In a statement, Attorney General Landry said Fauci's recent deposition only confirmed what we already knew. Federal bureaucrats in collusion with social media companies want to control not only what you think, but especially what you say. I'm Ryan Smith reporting.
Most Americans are ready to enter 2023 with COVID in the rearview mirror. An Axios poll, though, conducted this week shows that 70% of the U.S. says that the nation is at a point where the virus no longer disrupts everyday life. Those questions were somewhat split on how COVID should be dealt with in the days ahead. 69% say that the government should resume funding for COVID monitoring and prevention. 44% feel that enough has already been spent. The findings are based on more than 1,100 people over 18 years of age and have 3.2% sampling error.
The Baltimore Firefighters Union says they desperately need new equipment. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how city leaders are responding to their concerns.
New information just out that could impact home buyers. What you need to know heading into the new year, just ahead from our live center. Time now 5:27, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and there's talk of snow in the forecast. Want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at that.
No, we don't.
I know. Well, I know. No one wants to hear that, right, guys? But we're not talking about like a big weather maker. It's going to impact a lot of us. If we see any flakes flying, it'll be early Saturday morning. There's actually a better chance for snow toward the middle of next week. That's when some of the long-range models are pointing to an actual winter weather maker rolling in. This is a look right now. The fog is what we're dealing with here this morning from our Towson camera with those low clouds out there. Can't even see the Towson traffic circle. A lot of us are seeing visibility that's down to a quarter mile or less. Look at that swath right there north of Cockeysville, right as you head over into Pennsylvania on 83 North. So just be aware of that. It's really tough to see as you step out here this morning. Not tracking any rain. Most of that rain is well to the west of us, and we'll still see a few showers over the next few hours. Lower 50s for your temperatures as you step out the door. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. A little tough on the roads right now, Patrice, right?
Well, let's see what's happening out there in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. It's tough as far as visibility and being able to see. Lots of fog out there. But if you take a look at the highways here right now, you can see that everybody's moving along just fine. There are no issues to report as of 5:31 this morning. We'll keep an eye on it as more people get up and out and that volume starts to pick up. 5:31, continuing coverage this morning of the legal battle over the release of a Catholic clergy abuse report.
Yeah, the report details the accusations of child sexual abuse in the Archdiocese of Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from the Baltimore Basilica with a closer look at the case and what's been happening behind closed doors. Shannon.
Yeah, this has been an ongoing tug-of-war, Patrice, but we know today attorneys for some of the victims are expected to file a lawsuit demanding that the entirety of this report be released. And it all comes after a group gathered right here just 3 weeks ago. They were fighting the very same abuse. This is our nation's oldest cathedral right here. And people were here demanding that the Attorney General's investigation into predator priests in Baltimore be made public. Take a listen to some of their words.
It is time for Catholics sitting in church pews, like I once was, to stand up and demand accountability from their leaders.
Now is the time to hold the church finally accountable for the pain and suffering that they have caused countless children and adolescents.
Well, fast forward 3 weeks later, though, those voices you just heard, well, they are now being silenced. A judge has barred anyone connected to this case to share information about the case. According to he's ordering that all proceedings, filings, and communications regarding this matter are to be confidential. He's also ordering that any future filings are to be delivered to the judge's chambers and not to the circuit court clerk. Judge Anthony Vittoria ordered these restrictions, and according to his state bio, he's been a member of the Catholic community of South Baltimore since 1997. Well, meanwhile, the Archdiocese has long insisted that it does support the release of this 400-page investigation, but with conditions. They say it failed to allow some people mentioned in this report a chance to respond, and the church is now paying the legal fees to provide them that chance.
Now they deserve to be heard by the court, and we will pay their legal fees to ensure that they are heard.
Well, this court order silencing some critics, it is making critics even more skeptical. And again, attorneys for some of these abuse victims are expected to demand that that full report be released today. So we'll continue to follow this and see how it all plays out. Reporting live in Mount Vernon, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
5:34 now, and turning to a city in crisis. New questions are coming up after neighbors say they heard arguing just before a pregnant 19-year-old was shot and killed in northeast Baltimore over the weekend. We spoke with Police Commissioner Michael Harrison about that shooting.
Was this domestic related? Do you know who you're looking for?
Well, investigators are working to find the answers to all of those questions as we speak. I don't want to say anything that would compromise the case and that would mess this up once it gets to court.
Police say 19-year-old Jamira Burrell was shot multiple times Sunday morning. The department has not released any suspect information. Funeral arrangements have not yet been posted. Now, Jamira Burrell is one of several teenagers killed this year.
Yeah, Bernard Mushka Thomas was also killed the first day of the year, along with 16-year-old Desmond Canada. In May, 16-year-old Jay Brunson was shot and killed during an after party for his junior prom.
In September, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed during dismissal at Mervo High School. And then just last month, 13-year-old Kelsey Washington shot along East Fayette Street. She died a week later.
Well, happening today, Baltimore City's Public Safety Committee is holding a hearing on the fire department apparatus issues this afternoon to discuss maintenance and replacement. Olivia Dance is joining us live now from West Baltimore with the latest concerns and what we can expect from today's meeting. Olivia.
Well, Tom, in a letter to Councilman Conway, who's the chairman of the Public Safety Committee, the local firefighters union says that the apparatus fleet of the Baltimore City Fire Department is, quote, currently in a state that is dangerous to the effective operations of service delivery to the public. The letter continues on, saying it's imperative that the city ensures there are enough fire trucks and ambulances appropriately maintained and serviceable to meet the high demands for emergency service. Now, this has been an ongoing issue, with last year the president of the union saying equipment needs to be replaced and is aging.
We have many of apparatus that are way past their prime. They are slowly falling apart.
The union says the department is struggling to correct oversights in the past and deal with present dilemmas to modernize their fleet. The pandemic causing manufacturing shutdowns only made the problems worse. In the letter, the union is proposing the Public Safety Committee hold public hearings on the current state of the fire apparatus fleet. Now, that hearing's happening at 1 this afternoon at City Hall. The union is also encouraging the Public Safety Committee to explore the adoption of the fire service industry standard. Of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring today's meeting to see what solutions city leaders come up with. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. 5:37, and if you're in the market to buy a home, you may want to give it about 6 months.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with new housing predictions that are just out. Megan.
Yeah, some pretty interesting numbers here. It was real estate company Redfin here that is out with its new predictions for next year. And what they're predicting here, what they're forecasting, guys, is home prices to fall around 4% by next summer. A live look from Baltimore, where our city is expected to be one of the more resilient housing markets in the country. Albany, New York, also making the list, along with Chicago, Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, and Rochester, just to name a few of the top 10 there. On average, Redfin predicts home sales nationwide to fall to their lowest level since 2011, with interest rates remaining above 6% for most of the year. That would continue to put a damper on home prices, but don't expect a dramatic plunge. Redfin predicting the median home price in 2023 to be around $368,000. What they do not expect is a foreclosure crisis like we saw in the late 2000s. Most homeowners will be protected by a steady job market and more equity in their homes this time around. That's the good news there. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A major agreement this morning surrounding Juul's marketing strategy. Why some say these ads are targeting children.
Plus, it is a super foggy start to your Wednesday morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know when we're going to clear up. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Time right now is just about 5:41 on your Wednesday morning as we open the big live window. Well, it's tough to see. That, I believe, is York Road. No, actually, you know what that is? That's the Towson Christmas tree. I thought that was maybe lights on York Road. See? You can't see what's going on out there with the foggy conditions. Some of us seeing a quarter mile or less of visibility. So take it slow as you make your way out here this morning. Out for a run or a jog. Yeah, it's definitely going to be foggy, so may want to wait till that fog lifts a little bit, which will come later this morning, and we'll talk about that coming up.
541 and new this morning, Maryland Attorney General Brian Frosh is announcing a $434.5 million agreement between Juul Labs and 33 states and territories.
Now, the agreement resolves the investigation into the sales and marketing practices of the e-cigarette manufacturer.
According to Frosh, quote, Juul's marketing practices were aimed directly at children, setting them up for a lifetime of addiction. He went on to say this settlement will prohibit Juul from using flavors, cartoons, and other marketing tactics that target kids. The state of Maryland will receive at least $13 million.
I just had one more question.
Emily?
I thought we got 3.
You got 2. Emily?
More questions than answers this morning as city leaders announce expanding violence reduction strategies throughout the city. We dive into the programs and their effectiveness to deter crime.
And as we continue to push for answers from our elected leaders, we are now looking into their pay raises set for the new year. Why residents say the money could be better used elsewhere. 5:42. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:45 and an update for you this morning. There is now a plan that could save the historic Patterson Bowling Center.
The news that the nearly 100-year-old Duckpin Bowling Alley is closing down for redevelopment sparked community blowback. Now developers are considering keeping one floor, 6 lanes while moving forward with its building plan.
City Council member Zeke Cohen also tweeted saying he wants to help broker a deal, writing, "It's about how we grow as a city without tearing down the quirky small businesses that make us great."
Well, following the lawsuit over control of Baltimore Orioles and the claims that the team could move, Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred, well, he told members of the Baseball's Writers Association as long as he's in charge, count on the Birds staying in Baltimore. The Angelos family recently extended the lease at Camden Yards after the state announced more than $1 billion in Maryland Stadium Authority funding.
It is giving season, and police officers in L.A. are spreading joy to children there.
The LAPD Olympic Division hosting its annual Shoes from Santa event. That's happening today. The division is celebrating this event for the 11th year. Officers have collected shoes and toys for underprivileged kids in that community. Now, Converse has donated around 2,000 pairs of sneakers. Several children have already been pre-selected to take part. And, of course, we do Shop with a Cop here locally.
And we're getting into the holiday spirit right here in our studios at Fox 45. You're taking a live look at our beautiful tree here, and it is feeling a lot like Christmas when you see all those gifts under it. Still up for grabs, an aquarium membership, which is awesome, My Fair Lady tickets, there's the lottery tree, and even a mattress somewhere amidst all of those presents. Look how many we still have. We are going to let you know when it is time to call. It's not now, but we'll tell you, so make sure you stick around.
I see the Maryland Zoo one.
Well, it's 5:47. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Oh, poor thing.
What?
You got nothing behind you to...
I know. Yeah, just this big thing. I'm excited about the lottery tree, which I can see over there. And, yeah, the mattress is really like, you know, I know mattresses can come in boxes now. So I get that, you know what I mean? Because I don't see a box that's an actual mattress, so maybe it's shrunk down. Maybe it's an envelope. That's the lottery tree. That's what I'm excited about because I like money. So anyway. All right, let's take a look at our forecast. Good morning to all of you. I don't think I've ever had this shot where this thing is just here. How's it going? What's up, man? What's up? There's just a thing at the top of the building right there. When we can see that, we can't see much more when we see temperatures at 52 and dew point number at 51. Remember, when those temperatures are close, that is typically when we see almost 100% humidity, which is exactly what we're seeing out there right now. All of that moisture from yesterday and the off and on showers we had leading to visibility numbers that are a quarter mile or less, especially in northern Baltimore and Harford counties, right up there near the PA-Maryland line. So some areas seeing about a mile or less of visibility. Doesn't take much. This is a day where you want to drive to work or school where you don't have the high beams on because that kind of reflects that light right back at you. Not really seeing any rain showers at this time, but you will step outside and you'll probably get wet because it's kind of misting. The actual rain is in western Maryland right now over parts of West Virginia as well. This is all part of a larger weather maker. The cold front that is just to the west of us, we have the warmer air out ahead of that. And so we've got mild conditions for us later this afternoon. That's going to continue to be the case here. Let me show you your hourly future scan. 7, 8 o'clock this morning, a couple of light showers. Really the best chance for rain is going to come about 9, 10 a.m. And then even then, now these models are backing off a little bit in terms of the actual rainfall. So it'll just be kind of that overcast, misty, kind of wet day. But with the southerly wind, that's keeping our temperatures more on the mild side. So we keep the 50s going over the next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us. Sun up at 7:13. Won't see much of the sun at all today. By 8 a.m., we're in the lower 50s on your MetroCast day planner. And by noontime, we'll be in those mid to upper 50s, but probably not the day to hang out outdoors, only because we've got all of those low clouds and temps that will get eventually close to 60 degrees by later this afternoon. And here's a look at your temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore counties. 50 is where we typically are this time of year. From Westminster over to Reisterstown, the Hereford zone, mid to upper 50s for your highs today. Even Howard and Arundel counties will mainly be in those mid to upper 50s and even some lower 60s for you out toward the eastern shore today. Tomorrow, we'll be back to the mid 50s. We'll have some rain showers late, but that's going to be our best chance to see a break in some of those clouds by tomorrow afternoon. Another round of showers Friday morning and then again Friday evening into early Saturday, where some of us may see a few flakes flying, mainly in northern Baltimore County and up near that PA-Maryland line. But as we head towards Sunday and Monday, eventually starting to dry out. Let's get with Mark Jones in the MTA for a look at our mass transit. Mark, good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 413 canceled, and we've got 10 train 407 and candidate 43 both running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time for travel. Light rail link with no delays, looking good in both directions there, and Metro subway link checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
An attack on substations in North Carolina, leaving thousands without power. I'm Atrell Nashar with what it says about the vulnerability of the nation's critical infrastructure.
Box. 5:53, and taking a look now at the Fox box. Top left, many companies are hiring private security to combat the rising crime across the country. We've already seen examples of it right here in Baltimore City. Gas station in Philadelphia is one of the latest to do it.
Looking at your top right, a new lawsuit filed in New York is accusing comedian Bill Cosby of sexually assaulting 5 women. The 85-year-old was released from prison more than a year ago after his sexual assault conviction was overturned in Pennsylvania.
Now to the bottom left, suspect accused of shooting and killing 5 people and hurting 17 others at Colorado LGBTQ nightclub has been formally charged with hate crimes and murder. Suspect has not entered a plea about that shooting.
And a state court judge has halted Oregon's ban on high-capacity gun magazines just hours after a federal judge ruled that the measure could go into effect this week. The measure narrowly passed in the midterms.
Former President Donald Trump's company is convicted of tax fraud. A criminal court jury in New York found the Trump Organization guilty of all charges in the 15-year tax fraud scheme. Prosecutors allege the company helped top executives cheat on their taxes by including off-the-book perks like free apartments and luxury cars. New York prosecutors spent 3 years investigating Trump and his businesses. Trump Organization could be fined up to $1.6 million, though. For it would be a light fine for the company and likely won't jeopardize its future. Trump calls the investigation a witch hunt.
Governor Larry Hogan bans the use of TikTok on state government devices. The emergency directive from Hogan bans multiple Chinese and Russian platforms. It includes shopping sites like Alibaba, which is the Chinese equivalent of Amazon, also WeChat, Some GOP leaders across the country are making similar calls. South Carolina and South Dakota's governors also banned the app. Wisconsin's Republican representatives in Congress are asking the state's Democratic governor to ban TikTok as well. They're calling the video sharing app a national security threat. Utility workers are scrambling to restore power to a North Carolina community after gunfire caused outages for tens of thousands of people.
Atra Al-Nashar explains why the outage may be highlighting larger problems about the national power grid.
Since Saturday night, residents in Moore County, North Carolina, have been living in the dark. So many unanswered questions about who shot two substations and why. What authorities say is clear is that the attack was not random.
This was a specific act. The person or persons knew what they were doing and what it took to disable the substation.
Governor Roy Cooper says the attack raises a new level of threat. The FBI working with state and local officials on the investigation, while most of the roughly 35,000 people without power as of Tuesday likely won't have it restored until Thursday. One possibility, the attack could be linked to threats of violence from far-right activists targeting a drag performance in Moore County scheduled for 7 p.m. Saturday, the same time the substations were shot. As of Tuesday, authorities have not confirmed a link, but at least one mayor describes it this way.
It is just a horrible, horrible terrorist, in my opinion, act.
The threat of terrorist attacks on critical infrastructure was detailed in a Department of Homeland Security memo just last week, motivated by a range of ideological beliefs and/or personal grievances.
It's not a surprise that people have started figuring out that the power infrastructure is just immediately out in the open.
Engineering professor Dr. Kyrie Baker says most power infrastructure was built above ground for efficiency and accessibility. But given emerging threats of terrorism and climate change, she says resiliency needs to be prioritized.
But it's not cheap and it's not easy. It's going to basically require a overhaul of a lot of the different parts of the grid.
She says what happened in North Carolina can serve as a warning for communities to think about grid resiliency and plans for community shelters and backup generators, currently a lifeline for thousands in North Carolina. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
Mayor Scott is expanding the group violence reduction strategy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're looking into the questions that remain about the effectiveness of the program.
A boost in salary will soon be coming for our city leaders. Coming up, questions surrounding those raises and your reaction.
Temperatures not too bad right now, but it's the fog that we're dealing with for your Wednesday morning. We'll talk about when this fog lifts and what we can expect with a colder weekend ahead. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, December 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast and a lot of fog this morning.
Yeah, a lot of fog, visibility not good at all, pretty much all the way down to the ground, guys. So it's very important to take it slow as you make your way out. This is what our Towson camera looks like, where you can't even see the Towson traffic circle right now. Some areas a quarter mile or less of visibility, which means hard to see that car in front of you. Low beam headlights for sure. Don't get those high beams on and increase that travel distance between you and the car in front of you. This is what I was talking about with that visibility number through Baltimore City and County, all the way up into areas of Harford and Cecil County, Carroll, and even Howard County, seeing some of that fog that is with us this morning. Further south you go, a little less foggy, but either way, we have the overcast conditions and that mist that's hanging around. Temperatures that are mainly in the lower 50s, so we're not dealing with freezing fog. Luckily, that is good news. We're going to stay foggy here this morning with a few showers off and on today, even though temperatures are staying above average. I do have that yellow light, though. Mr. Bo says take it slow. Numbers staying in the lower 50s with the foggy conditions through the course of your morning commute. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network at 6 o'clock on this Wednesday morning, and it looks like everyone's moving along just fine. No delays to report around the Baltimore region. We begin this morning now in a city in crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott doubling down on his crime reduction plan.
With the city seeing over 300 homicides for the 8th straight year, Fox 45 News is examining if it actually is working.
And as the city grapples with this crime crisis, our elected leaders are set to get raises.
We have live team coverage of a city in crisis this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly is going to join us from downtown Baltimore with a look at the raises that leaders will earn in the new year and concerns from residents who question whether or not they deserve it. But we begin with Olivia Dance, and she's joining us from West Baltimore with a look into the latest push from Mayor Brandon Scott to expand his crime reduction plan. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, the mayor is expanding his group of violence reduction strategy to the entire city by mid-2024. The program is currently piloted here in the Western District, and city leaders say that the program is working.
I am confident the strategy is working, and I am very optimistic that expanding to the Southwestern District and eventually across the city is going to prove fruitful.
Now, this is the third time Baltimore leaders have tried to implement the Group Violence Reduction Strategy, or GVRS, which works to intervene before crime occurs. Now, Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, who you just heard from, says the Western District has seen a 33% reduction in gun violence in the last year. But Baltimore has once again surpassed 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row, with fewer lives cut short in 2022 compared to the same time last year.
None of us up here are celebrating that violence is gone in Baltimore. We are talking about a significant step in the right direction of seeing violence be reduced at this level in our most violent district, but also that even as we stand here today, that homicides and shootings, while we are over 300, are down from last year as well, right? So that's the reality.
Long-term funding of the GVRS expansion remains unclear. Now, currently the program is funded through the Federal American Rescue Plan. Commissioner Harrison says there will also need to be additions to staff in order to support the expansion. But given Baltimore police are severely understaffed, he said he's looking at repurposing existing resources. Back to you.
Olivia, what is the city saying that residents will concede to know that it's actually working? The city leaders believe it's working, but how will residents know it's working?
Yeah, Patrice, a great point. And at yesterday's announcement, they had maps and charts showing why they think that the program is working. But moving forward, city leaders say that the data will be available on a dashboard for all of the public to see. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. During the news conference, our Mackenzie Frost pressed leaders on transparency surrounding this crime prevention plan. Her questions ultimately going ignored, and she was interrupted.
So that all of Baltimore has access to it on our website and don't have to just find out what those statistics look like on the news.
Emily?
I just had one more question.
Emily?
I thought we got 3.
You got 2. Emily? Come on, Emily.
I was told we got 3 questions. I just wanted to
Emily?
ask.
Well, despite that, Fox 45 News will continue to seek answers from city leaders. Our commitment is to ask the tough questions and hold elected leaders accountable for problems facing the city.
Fox 45 News is demanding answers about raises coming to those city leaders. The news comes just days after the mayor vetoed the city's council's plan to reduce the amount of time they need to serve in order to earn a lifetime pension for their part-time work. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the ongoing questions and reaction to these raises. Shannon.
Yeah, as for reaction, Tom, some people are wondering whether our city leaders deserve these raises. We're going to see those pay boosts come in the start of the new year, and that means that salaries are going to go up for some of City Hall's already top earners. Take a look right here. That includes the City Council President, the Comptroller, all 14 City Council members, and the Mayor, who is now going to be making more than $200,000 a year. And this all stems back to a law that's been on the books since 2007. The law says if at least one city union or employee group receives a pay increase, all elected officials are entitled to a 2.5% raise. So, because the union representing salaried city employees got a raise this summer, now salaries are going to be adjusted. David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is among a lot of people that have an issue with this. He believes a boost in pay should be performance-based. But we spoke with the mayor, and he's defending the practice. So let's take a listen to those 2 different perspectives.
This just underlies the frustration that people have with elected officials because they get automatic pay raises, yet there's no accountability for it. What needs to happen is that they should have to vote on this every year or every time there is a pay increase. So the voters know exactly who's voting for the pay increase and who isn't voting for it. That would provide more transparency and probably fewer pay raises.
Despite this being a news story every year, it's really not really a news story because everybody in any line of work every year typically gets cost of living increases, and this is basically what this amounts to.
Well, for some perspective on that, since this law started back in 2007, the mayor's salary has jumped by nearly $80,000. Reporting live in Mount Vernon, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to hear from you. Do you think city leaders deserve a raise? So far, as you see the bottom there, 99% of the voters say no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Concerns rising about the safety of the fire department and its equipment. Just ahead, the moves happening today that could force some big changes.
And an important election taking place in Georgia with the last Senate seat up for grabs. What the outcome means for both parties.
Lots of fog to start your Wednesday morning. We'll talk about when this fog lifts and what we can expect later today and the weekend ahead. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. That's my favorite ornament of all time right there. Thanks, Liv, for getting that Traffic Jam Jimmy ornament on our Christmas tree. More countdown to Christmas coming and more gifts for you to win coming up a little bit later this morning. Let's take a look at that fog, and not much to see because we can't see from the top of the building right there in our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam as we are fogged in here. Foggy morning will lead to a mild afternoon for today. So even though we've got the foggy conditions and a few showers, our temperatures kind of staying mild throughout the day today. So I'd still go ahead and grab a jacket and have the umbrella just in case because it is kind of misty out there. No need for the sunglasses today. We do have a chance to see the sun soon. We'll take a look at that and when we might see that coming up in a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
6:10 and new overnight, Georgia Democrat Senator Raphael Warnock has won re-election, narrowly beating out Republican challenger Herschel Walker in the state's runoff race.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what this means moving forward. Megan?
Yeah, guys, taking you live to Capitol Hill here this morning, where Democrats have now officially claimed that 51st and final Senate seat in the 2022 midterm election. And what this means, guys, as we take a look right here, this is giving Democrats the outright majority here for the rest of President Biden's current term. Much like the primary, this runoff race in Georgia, it was close. This morning, final results still trickling in the last few there, but with 98% of the vote in right now, Warnock has won more than 51.3% of the vote there. Republican challenger Herschel Walker now conceding. This election marks Senator Warnock's second runoff victory. He will now be in office for the next 6 years. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. There are many myths and opinions about COVID and vaccines. Just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, how one group aims to debunk the misinformation.
And 'tis the season to spot and avoid gift card scams. What you need to know before purchasing a gift card. 6:11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. .614 and making headlines. Law enforcement officers who defended Capitol Hill on January 6th of 2021 receive congressional medals. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi presented the awards alongside the other congressional leaders, calling them heroes and defenders of democracy. This is the first time many of the officers have returned since the riot.
Today's ceremony is the first time they have returned to the Capitol complex. Many of us still carry the physical, mental, and emotional scars after that mob of thousands launched a violent assault in an attempt to halt the counting of electoral ballots.
One officer collapsed and later died of natural causes at the scene. D.C. police announced 2 months later that 2 of the officers who responded committed suicide. The circumstances surrounding their deaths are unknown. At least 955 people have been charged in the riot so far. Now, the January 6th committee investigating the attack on the Capitol has decided to make criminal referrals to the Department of Justice.
Chairman Benny Thompson did not say who the committee would recommend charges against, but he says the panel plans to publish a final report by the end of the year. Congress can send criminal referrals to the Department of Justice, but it's up to federal prosecutors on whether they will pursue charges. 6:16 on this Wednesday morning, Maryland's men's basketball put its undefeated record to the test. The team was on the road for the first time in the Big Ten.
Unfortunately, the Terps are undefeated no more. Despite 17 points from Jameer Young, 14 turnovers doomed the Terps. They fall to Wisconsin by a score of 64-59, moving to 8-1 on the year. Still not bad. Next up, they take on Tennessee Saturday in Brooklyn. Safety Chuck Clark makes a big impact on the field for the Ravens, but his community outreach, that's what's making headlines. Clark is a finalist for the NFL's Walter Payton Man of the Year award, given each year to a player who exemplifies service and character. Every NFL team selects one nominee.
Now, Clark is a regular volunteer with Special Olympics Maryland and helps out with the team's Holiday Helpers event at Christmas time. The winner will get $250,000 for a charity of their choice. All other nominees will receive $40,000 to donate.
That's an awesome prize.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's time for the quarterfinals at FIFA World Cup in Qatar, and the action begins with the doubleheader Friday morning as Croatia plays Brazil at 10.
Then the Netherlands takes on Argentina at 2 p.m. You can catch both matches right here on Fox 45.
Now we got to find out about what's going on with this and when that fog is going to burn off for us.
It's not a pretty sight out there. It's difficult to drive in. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing, too, guys, is that the sun doesn't even come up for another hour or so. So it'll take a while for this fog to burn off. And with the fact that we are dark out there, tough to even see that Towson traffic circle right now. And this is what it looks like as you get out on the road. So increase your distance with the car in front of you. Take it slower. Don't use those high beams, all the things we typically talk about on a foggy morning. And yeah, right with that dew point and air temperature the same, that's basically 100% humidity. 51 your temp in Towson right now. No wind to speak of. And you can see some of the visibility numbers here. Quarter mile or less of visibility, especially in northern Baltimore County and Harford County as well. Up and down the 95 corridor, though, we got about half mile of visibility or less. So again, right as folks are starting to get out and about over the next few hours, we'll continue to see that fog become an issue. No dense fog advisories issued as of yet, but either way, there is definitely dense fog that is out there, and really no rain to track. Our HD radar is showing us that we are mainly dry right now. You're going to get misty and a little bit wet as you step outside, and most of that rain right now is focused over western Maryland. Some of that rain will move a little bit closer to us through the next couple of hours. This is all ahead of that next weather maker, which is a cold front to our west. So we actually have the warm and more mild air that's out ahead of that as we take you into the day today. So over the next few hours, you can see a couple of those light showers here in our hourly future scan. 8, 9, 10 o'clock this morning. Just some spotty showers, but really it's the overcast conditions that we'll be dealing with throughout most of the day today. Even later this afternoon, we're not tracking rain, but it will definitely stay cloudy. And again, those temperatures will stay mild. So as the kids get out to the bus stop next hour or two, beep, beep, we're again not talking about the heavy rain, but they'll definitely need the rain gear and possibly the umbrellas as well, with lower 50s next hour, upper 50s through noon, and close to 60 into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. And you can see those highs across central Maryland, mainly in the mid to upper 50s, even some lower 60s for you out toward the eastern shore later today. Look at this mild air that's in place up and down the east coast for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., 59 down the ocean there, 60 in D.C. today. Here comes the cold front. So the mild air ahead of that, the front passes through later this afternoon. Tomorrow we'll start off with clouds, but by tomorrow afternoon, we do see some potential breakup of the clouds and some sun that'll pop through. Then Thursday night into Friday morning, another round of rain showers going to be rolling into the area. And so we'll start off Friday morning with some wet conditions. Bit of a break on Friday, but then late Friday into Saturday, that's our next weather maker that actually could bring a few flakes flying to some of us here in our northwestern counties, especially areas in northern Baltimore and Carroll County. counties up toward the Maryland-PA line. Not really looking for measurable or accumulating snow, but there is that definite possibility with some showers early on Saturday. And then our numbers will be colder, so only upper 40s for Friday and Saturday, lower 50s into Sunday and Monday, but finally drying out by the time we head toward next week. All right, for a check on our mass transit, Mark Jones with the MTA on this foggy Wednesday. Good morning, Mark.
That's right, and allow a little extra time out there, Justin, due to the fog, as it will affect, of course, service out there on the buses. If your ride is on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 and Hampden Train 845 running 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way there, looking good on time service from end to end there. And Metro Subway Link chiming in on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
The legal battle continues over the release of a Catholic clergy abuse report. Coming up, we're live with the latest developments and the lawsuit being filed today.
Maryland education leaders are addressing the latest state report card showing disappointing test scores, how they plan to reverse the trend. 6:21 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.24 and in your consumer news this Wednesday morning, Illinois women, they are suing TGI Fridays after finding out mozzarella sticks do not actually contain mozzarella. So the plaintiff alleges the packaged snacks contain only cheddar cheese. She claims that the package is not labeled properly and that customers would not buy the product if it were. A federal judge in Chicago denied a motion by the manufacturer Inventure Foods, Inc. to dismiss a lawsuit Monday and remove TGI Friday as a defendant. The restaurant chain's only involvement with the product is as a licensor.
Well, I'd want mozzarella, though, if it said mozzarella. Apple Music wants to help liven up your next party with Karaoke. It is rolling out the feature later this month. Apple Music Sing allows you to adjust the song's lead vocals and background singers. It also has updated beat-by-beat lyrics to make following along easier. Apple is putting together some popular playlists of karaoke hits for you. Well, a bright spot for you this morning. A Virginia woman is spreading cheer throughout her Arlington neighborhood with a big message that all started with a small act.
She created signs of positivity that took off after she hung the first sign right outside of her home 6 years ago.
Caroline Petrakis from our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. has more on how neighbors are now getting involved.
If you drive through this Arlington neighborhood, you'll notice something similar about the homes here.
It makes us unique, right?
That's because each home has a theme.
I just pulled the wood out of the basement and I started sawing and sanding and drilling, and I made the love sign.
It all started with Rachel Burns, who designed a 4 feet tall by 8 feet wide sign that says love.
And then everyone in the neighborhood loved the love sign.
Burns put the sign up in 2016 after the election to spread positivity. And shortly after, neighbors wanted their own.
Without really knowing about the 4 words that go with Christmas, which is peace, love, joy, and hope, those were the 4 words that people requested.
And since then, care and unity have been added.
She really is the light of our neighborhood and brings lights to us. And care really talks about taking care of people, doesn't it? And so that's a great word that fits in with all the others that we've chosen throughout the neighborhood.
During the pandemic, people would walk down here. A lot of people would walk a lot, and they would walk down the street, and some people would sit and stare at the signs. And I had a few people who came up to me and asked me who made the signs. And I would say, well, I did. And then they would say, you don't understand. This has saved me so much. I've been so depressed in my house. And coming down here and seeing that all of these different houses have different words on them.
Very nice. All right, well, this is not nice. Morning commuters aren't going to see much this morning because of the fog. Our Weather Authority team will let us know when this fog will clear up.
The Baltimore Firefighters Union says they desperately need new equipment. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how city leaders are responding to their concerns. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and our meteorologist is fired up because there's something happening, a weather maker out there.
Man, you're going to need some fire and light to see through the fog out there.
Something, right, guys? I mean, it is what we call soup in the aviation world, and we're in the soup. That's what it is. IMC, full IMC out there for sure, all the way down to the ground. Look at that Towson shot right there. Can barely even see the lights of the Towson Town Center and the traffic circle as well. We still have about 45 minutes or so before the sun comes up, and look at the visibility numbers. A lot of us a quarter mile or less of visibility. When you see that, that means it's really tough to see that car in front of you, especially as you get into some of the darker spots on 83, on 95. We don't have the lights, even those back roads as well. Definitely want to take a little extra time as you're heading out. Now, numbers in terms of our temperatures, 40s and lower 50s, so it's actually mild as you make your way out. But your morning drive, you'll need the wipers because we're getting the mist out there, even though we're not tracking rain. We do have a few showers that are on the way, and temperatures staying in the 50s for the next couple of hours. We'll get to 59 today, back to the mid-50s, little sun breaking through tomorrow, but then colder on Friday as we track another weather maker that could bring some snow to the area by the time we get to this weekend. Back with that info in just a few. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now to your Len Stoller traffic network and taking a look at the collision. This is right at Maryland 100 and also Arundel Mills. Two vehicles are involved, but it's causing some delays right at that intersection there. So just be ready for some slowdowns if you're moving through 100 and Arundel Mills.
6:31 now, continuing coverage this morning of the legal battle over the release of a Catholic clergy abuse report.
Now, the report details accusations of child sexual abuse in the Archdiocese of Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from the Baltimore Basilica with a closer look at the case and why this is happening behind closed doors and just reaction to all of this. Shannon.
Yeah, this has been an ongoing tug of war, as we know, Patrice. But today, attorneys representing some of the victims, they are expected to file a lawsuit demanding the entirety of this report be released. Now, it comes after a group gathered right here just 3 weeks ago at our nation's oldest cathedral here, and they were fighting the very same abuse, demanding that the Attorney General's investigation into predator priests in Baltimore be made public. In fact, let's take a listen to some of their words now.
It is time for Catholics sitting in church pews, like I once was, to stand up and demand accountability from their leaders.
Now is the time to hold the church finally accountable for the pain and suffering that they have caused countless children and adolescents.
Well, fast forward 3 weeks later, though, those voices you just heard, they're now being silenced. A judge has barred anyone connected to this case from sharing information about the case. And that judge is ordering that all proceedings, filings, and communications regarding this matter be confidential. He's also ordering that any future filings are to be delivered to the judge's chambers and not to the circuit court clerk. Well, Judge Anthony Vittoria, he's the one ordering all these restrictions. And according to his state bio, he's been a member of the Catholic community of South Baltimore since 1997. Meanwhile, the Archdiocese has long insisted that they support the release of the 400-page investigation, but with conditions. They say it failed to allow some people mentioned in this report a chance to respond, and now the church is paying their legal fees to provide them that chance. Listen.
Now they deserve to be heard by the court, and we will pay their legal fees to ensure that they are heard.
So all of this really is only making critics more skeptical. Again, though, attorneys for some of those abuse victims are expected to demand that this entire report be released today. So, of course, we're going to continue to follow this and see how it all plays out. Reporting live in Mount Vernon, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News will continue following this developing story. You can stay updated both on air and right from our website, foxbaltimore.com. Well, 6:34 and happening today, Baltimore City's Public Safety Committee is holding a hearing on the fire department's apparatus issues. They're discussing the maintenance and replacement.
Olivia Dance joins us live from West Baltimore with the latest concerns and what we can expect from today's meeting. Olivia.
Well, good morning. And in a letter to Councilman Conway, who's the chairman of the Public Safety Committee, the local firefighters union says that the apparatus fleet of the Baltimore City Fire Department is, quote, currently in a state that is dangerous to the effective operations of service delivery to the public. The letter continues on saying it's imperative that the city ensures there are enough fire trucks and ambulances appropriately maintained and serviceable to meet the high demands for emergency service. Now, this has been an ongoing issue, with last year the president of the union saying equipment needs to be replaced and is aging.
We have many of apparatus that are way past their prime. They are slowly falling apart.
Now, the union says the department is struggling to correct oversights in the past and deal with present dilemmas to modernize their fleet. The pandemic causing manufacturing shutdowns only made the problems worse. In the letter, the union is proposing the Public Safety Committee hold public hearings on the current state of the fire apparatus fleet. Now, that hearing is happening at 1 this afternoon at City Hall. The union is also encouraging the Public Safety Committee to explore the adoption of the fire service industry standard. Of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring today's meeting to see what solutions city leaders come up with. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Mayor Brandon Scott is doubling down on the group violence reduction strategy, why he believes it is what is best for Baltimore despite a lack of results.
Oh, and it's a foggy start to your morning. And Justin Chambers back in just a few to let us know when it will start to clear out. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
4 horses were rescued from a frozen pond in northwestern Montana this week. One of the owners says the young horses were playing near the ice when they fell through. They spent about 3 hours in the icy water. It took the fire department and animal control about 30 minutes to pull each one out. After being taken to veterinary care, the horses are said to be doing well with strong vital signs.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Welcome back, everybody. Just about 6:40 on your Wednesday morning, and this is what it looks like. If you're just waking up right now, wiping the sleep from your eye, yeah, well, it's pretty foggy out there, so make sure to take a little extra time as you head out. It will be a foggy morning. We will see mild temperatures for the afternoon, even though we've got the cloud cover and still a few showers to get through. So go ahead and grab the umbrella and that light jacket. No need for the sunglasses today, as we will keep the sun at least behind the clouds for one more day. Out for a run or a jog in the next few hours. Again, those temps are mainly in the lower 50s, just a little bit wet on the roads and the trails. Back with your full forecast, including a colder weekend ahead in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. 6:40, and if you are in the market to buy a home, you may want to give it about 6 months.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with new housing predictions just out. Megan.
Here's what we know right now. This is coming from the real estate company Redfin. They just released their predictions for next year, and they're forecasting home prices, take a look, to drop, to fall around 4% by next summer. A live look now from Baltimore, where our city is expected to be one of the more resilient housing markets in the country. Albany, New York also making that list, along with Chicago, Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, and Rochester, just to name a few on that top 10 list. On average, Redfin predicts home sales nationwide to fall to their lowest level since 2011, with interest rates remaining above 6% for most of the year. That would continue to put a damper on home prices, but don't expect a dramatic plunge. Redfin predicting the median home price, take a look, in 2023 to be around $368,000. What they do not expect is a foreclosure crisis like we saw in the late 2000s. Most homeowners will be protected by a steady job market and more equity in their homes this time around. Some good news there. That's the latest from our live center. But Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Gift card scams, they're on the rise. Just ahead, what you should do to make sure you're not falling victim.
If you've sold something online recently, you need to hear this. We break down a new rule that could mean more taxes.
6:44 and in your morning rush, Mayor Brandon Scott is doubling down on his crime reduction plan as Baltimore surpasses 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row. Olivia Dance joins us now. Olivia, there's still questions about this plan.
Yeah, Patrice, that's right. And the mayor is expanding his group violence reduction strategy to the entire city by mid-2024. The program is currently piloted right here in the Western District, and city leaders say that the plan is working. Now, this is the third time Baltimore leaders have tried to implement the group violence reduction strategy, or GVRS, which works to intervene before a crime occurs. Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says the Western District has seen a 33% reduction in gun violence in the last year, but Baltimore has once again surpassed 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row, with fewer lives cut short in 2022 compared to the same time last year. But I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we question city leaders on the expansion and effectiveness of this program. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News demands answers about races coming to city leaders. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the ongoing questions and reaction to these Baltimore City elected leaders' pay bumps. Shannon?
Yeah, salaries are about to go up, Tom, for some of our already top-earning leaders. They're going to get a 2.5% increase in the new year. And some are questioning, Tom, whether or not these city leaders really deserve that increase. Well, the increase, though, it all stems back to a city law that's been in the books since 2007. We spoke with David Williams, though, with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, and he is arguing that these pay increases should be performance-based. But we heard from the mayor, and he's saying the increase is simply just a response to help keep up with inflation. So stay with us, because in 15 minutes, we're going to hear both of those arguments. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. Turning now to a crisis in the classroom. Maryland's superintendent of schools reacting to the results of the nation's report card, which paints a bleak picture for Maryland. The test is taken by hundreds of thousands of 4th and 8th grade students, assessing proficiency in both reading and math. Average student test scores declined by several points in both subjects. Many education experts are citing the pandemic, but a majority of Maryland students are proficient in neither reading nor math.
Most states saw decreases, I should point out, as Maryland did, but Maryland's decreases are some of the larger ones in the country.
Regardless, we have a lot of work to do when we look at how our students are faring against other student groups across the country.
The disparity is highlighted in Baltimore. 4th grade students are testing 26 points lower than their peers in other large cities in math. 8th grades, well, their students are testing 21 points lower. Plus, just 42% of Maryland students showed that they were ready for kindergarten this year.
Well, it's 6:47 now. We want to get another check of our forecast on this foggy morning.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers standing by. And when are we getting out of the soup?
I don't know, probably about 9, 10 o'clock this morning when we'll finally kind of see at least some breaks in the cloud cover. We've got the sun coming up in just a little bit. It's going to be foggy here through the course of the morning. By later today, eventually those clouds will lift a bit, but we're not going to see the sun more than likely not until tomorrow. So unfortunately, just another overcast day. Not a lot of rain that we're tracking, actually. You can see our downtown Baltimore camera. Well, you can't see much. You can see the fog that is definitely there, and you can see some of our visibility numbers with a lot of us a quarter mile or less visibility, especially that white area here. That extends to Carroll and Baltimore counties across into northwestern Harford County. Half mile or less visibility along the 95 corridor down through eastern Baltimore County and down through Baltimore City as well. So this is what it looks like in terms of our visibility numbers. No dense fog advisories posted, and we're not seeing actual rain. Notice on the left side of your screen, a few of those showers starting to move a little bit closer to Frederick at this time. You'll probably get wet because it is misting out there right now. The farther out we go, you can see some more of those showers developing along that line. That's the frontal boundary that is moving closer to us. So it's a cold front. Ahead of the cold front, we get that warm, more mild air. That's what we're going to see today with a few showers still left over. And here's a look at our hourly future scan. So next couple of hours should still stay dry, but right about 8, 9 o'clock this morning, a couple of those spotty showers with us. Those red arrows indicating where that wind is coming from. So that's more of that southerly flow with that mild air in place. 10, 11 7 o'clock this morning, a couple of scattered showers will remain as we head toward the afternoon. Less of a chance of rain, but the clouds stay with us, so it's going to be overcast and just kind of wet out there no matter what we get into for the afternoon today. And as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, go ahead and have the rain jacket and at least the umbrella just in case they encounter some of those showers. Temperatures, though, in the upper 50s through noontime and even close to 60 into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Hey, good morning, Hank. How are you? Hank? Doo-doo-doo. I think Hank's still sleeping with the fog. Well, we'll check on him in the 7 o'clock hour to see if Hank the Bird's ready to go. Mid to upper 50s in the Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Those numbers above average for this time of year. Also, Harford and Cecil counties will see those mid to upper 50s. Even some lower 60s possible for you on the eastern shore this afternoon. So here's that 7-day forecast as we roll that beautiful bean footage. 59 today, mid 50s tomorrow. Again, some pockets of sun tomorrow, then rain late Thursday night into Friday morning. And we're going to get colder this weekend with that system coming through Friday into early Saturday. Could see a few flakes flying for some of us on early Saturday morning. Back to you.
Hi, thank you, Justin. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Taking a look at one of the cameras here, 97 at 100. This is a multiple vehicle accident there. And the good news is you're actually starting to see traffic move there, because if you're traveling westbound on 100, though, coming out of Pasadena, right at 10, you know right where that split is? That's where the traffic starts backing you up. So you've got miles of slowdowns there. We also have another incident that just popped up. This is in Bell Camp, northbound of 95, right at Cresswell Road. Multiple vehicle accident there, and that's causing, well, 95 is at a standstill northbound there, right in Bell Camp. Well, 6:51 and trending now, a very special announcement from the Maryland Zoo.
It is revealing the name of its newly hatched penguin chick. You ready for it?
I am.
It is Ravioli.
Oh, it's like Italian. Okay, ravioli. I got you. Voters got to choose between 3 Italian food-themed names for this little guy. The options were mozzarella, limoncello, or ravioli.
I like ravioli. I might have gone with limoncello, but ravioli's good. It's fun. It was a tight competition, though, but ravioli did come out on top. The baby penguins are still too little to be on display, but you will be able to see them in the next few months.
I like that reveal video they did right there.
Well, ever wonder how Maryland Christmas Yuletide season, what that looked like back in the 1870s? Just ahead, where you can step back in time and enjoy Christmas caroling.
Choosing a great holiday gift can be a challenge. Just ahead, gift ideas that can help you nail your Secret Santa gift. While many co-workers go for the Secret Santa 6-packs and the bottles of wine, right, or alcohol, here in the Morning News Crew, we go for one thing.
Well, food. So 2 things, actually, and a coffee break, because there's always food around here.
6:55 and developing now. The collapse of the cryptocurrency exchange juggernaut FTC or FTX has not dampened the mood for United Kingdom regulators.
According to the Financial Times, the UK is rolling out plans to regulate the industry, hoping to become a major hub for crypto moving forward. The rules include powers to monitor how companies operate and advertise, also including provisions on how to deal with collapses. Whether or not to regulate is also a hot topic here in the U.S.
I want the cryptocurrency folks to be held to the same standard as our banks are.
It's worthy of legislative attention because we have regulation throughout the economy. I mean, we've seen that the cost of non-regulation is boom and bust and fraud.
Well, as for the UK, it began crypto legislation in 2021 before FTX's downfall. Its founder allegedly stealing billions from its customers. Analysts warn against introducing crypto into the wider financial system. They say fraud is a feature, not a bug in that industry.
Now to your assignment, America. U.S. lawmakers are sounding alarms that your money could be heavily taxed after the IRS significantly lowered the threshold for transaction reporting through payment apps to $600.
Now, this is a move some are calling government overreach that hurts small businesses and middle-class Americans. Dee Gatton has the details of this new rule that experts say could impact millions.
Nowadays, you can sell pretty much anything online. Got old clothes? Post it, get paid on Venmo, and a story. Now, thanks to a new tax law, you could pay for it.
So I buy a lot of used stuff on Facebook, Facebook Marketplace, and also sell.
Arden Wolf has an Airbnb. She relies on Facebook Marketplace to buy and sell items, collecting payments on apps like Venmo and Cash App. Now, thanks to a new tax rule, she could get taxed for those payments.
Everybody's already penny pinching, and then there's still taking even more.
If you use platforms like these to collect payments, you could owe more in taxes. Starting in 2023, you could get a 1099-K form if you made more than $600 for the year. Before 2022, you only got it if you had more than 200 transactions and made at least $20,000 from online platforms.
I think the IRS is trying to just crack down on people receiving money through these digital platforms and not having to pay tax on it.
Tax law professor at Pepperdine University, Deanna Newton, says things like personal gifts and your portion of rent should not be taxed. But if you're selling goods and services,
so many people buy tickets for cheap and then they sell them.
You could be taxed.
For now, what I think people should do is, one, if it's for personal purposes, they should put that in the Venmo tagline or Cash App and say, this is for a gift. Because if not, you run the gamut of the IRS reaching out to you and saying, hey, you need to pay taxes on this money.
Newton says keep your records, consider getting an LLC to minimize your tax liability. And remember, this is all very new. So if you do get a form next year, you can always dispute it if something looks off. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Gatton.
Download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
Mayor Scott is expanding the group violence reduction strategy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're looking into the questions that remain about the effectiveness of the program.
His salary is completely out of whack when you look at the size of the city, so getting a raise doesn't make any sense.
Raises coming to city leaders, and Fox 45 News is demanding answers. Why some are speaking out against the city leaders earning more.
We've got a foggy start to your Wednesday morning. We'll take a look at when that fog lifts and what we can expect with our temperatures. And if we're tracking snow, it's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, don't you know?
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, December 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Sliding in with us right now, meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Hello.
Coming out of the fog and out of the soup into clarity.
I like clarity, don't you? Yeah. Like when things are clear. However, we're not dealing with that this morning, guys. Yeah. That's what we've been talking about all morning long with the foggy conditions as we slide over here to our big live window. Look at this. Well, Not much to see, except these clouds and the low clouds that are around all the way down to ground level. That's why our visibility here, a mile, a half mile, even a quarter mile or less, up and down the 95 corridor, up to 83, out to I-70, all the areas here around town dealing with the foggy conditions. Not tracking rain right now, but there are a few showers in Hagerstown and Frederick starting to move from west to east. So as we head into the next couple of hours, still a couple of showers will start rolling into the Baltimore region by about 8, 9 o'clock. Temperature-wise, we're in the lower 50s, so we have mild conditions with our temps, but I still have that yellow light for your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow. Numbers stay in the 50s, but we stay foggy through the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Tom, what's the update on what we're seeing out there on the roads?
Yeah, two major issues that we need to tell you about right here if you're heading out. This one, 95 northbound. This is right at Bell Camp. It's shut down. You see no traffic moving there at all because of multi-vehicle accidents there. So you're going to be stuck at 95 right before you get to the Maryland House Travel Plaza. That's the issue that they're dealing with there. There's also that update we want to tell you about real quick. They are letting one lane get by on 100 westbound, but that's still backed up to the 110 split. So if you're going westbound on 100, multiple vehicle accident there, causing some slowdowns. 7:01, we begin this morning in a city in crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott doubling down on his crime reduction plan.
With the city seeing over 300 homicides for the 8th straight year, Fox 45 News is examining if it's actually working.
And as the city grapples with this crime crisis, our elected leaders are set to get raises.
We have live team coverage on a city in crisis this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us from downtown Baltimore with a look at the raises that leaders will earn in the new year and concerns from residents who question whether or not they deserve it. But we begin with Olivia Dance. She's joining us from West Baltimore with a look into the latest push from Mayor Brandon Scott to expand his crime reduction plan. Olivia.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice. And the mayor is expanding his group violence reduction strategy to the entire city by mid-2024. And the program's currently piloted right here in the Western District, and city leaders say that the plan is working.
I am confident the strategy is working, and I am very optimistic that expanding to the Southwestern District and eventually across the city is going to prove fruitful.
Now, this is the third time Baltimore leaders have tried to implement the Group Violence Reduction Strategy, or GVRS, which works to intervene before crime occurs. Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, who you just heard from, says the Western District has seen a 33% reduction in gun violence in the last year. But Baltimore has once again surpassed 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row, with fewer lives cut short in 2022 compared to the same time last year.
None of us up here are celebrating that violence is gone in Baltimore. We are talking about a significant step in the right direction of seeing violence be reduced at this level in our most violent district, but also that even as we stand here today, that homicides and shootings, while we are over 300, are down from last year as well, right? So that's the reality.
Now, long-term funding of the GVRS expansion remains unclear. Currently, the program's funded through the Federal American Rescue Plan. And Commissioner Harrison says there will also need to be additions to staff in order to support the expansion. But given Baltimore police are severely understaffed, he said he's looking at repurposing existing resources. Patrice, back to you.
So, Olivia, let me ask you this. The city leaders believe in this program. They're confident it's working. But how will the public know that it's working?
Yeah, Patrice, great question. And actually, at yesterday's announcement, they had charts and maps showing why they believe the program is working. But moving forward, the city says the data will be available on a dashboard for the public to see. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. During the news conference, our Mackenzie Frost pressed leaders on transparency surrounding the crime prevention plan. Our questions ultimately going ignored, and she even was interrupted.
So that all of Baltimore has access to it on our website and don't have to just find out what those statistics look like on the news.
Emily?
I just had one more question.
Emily?
I thought we got 3.
You got 2. Emily? Come on, Emily.
I was told we got 3 questions. I just wanted to
Emily?
ask.
Well, the latest news conference was far from the first time we've seen the mayor cut off one of our reporters' questions.
Does that mean that your 5-year plan will be tweaked at all?
Thank you, Mackenzie.
All right, thanks.
I think, Mackenzie, I'll just
Wait,
cut you off and just start talking. So,
if you have a process, why was it leaked to WBAL?
See you later.
Fox 45 News will continue to seek answers from city leaders. Our commitment to you is to ask tough questions and hold elected leaders accountable for problems in the city.
Fox 45 News is also demanding answers about raises coming to those city leaders. News comes just days after the mayor vetoed the city's council's plan to reduce the amount of time they need to serve in order to earn a lifetime pension for their part-time work. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the ongoing questions and reaction to these raises. Shannon.
Well, as for reaction, Tom, some people are questioning whether or not our city leaders really deserve these pay boosts. They're going to see them right at the beginning of the new year. And that means salaries are about to go up for some of City Hall's already top earning leaders. In fact, take a look right here. We know those salaries are going up for the city council president, the comptroller, all 14 city council members, as well as the mayor, who is now going to be making more than $200,000 a year. And this all stems back to a law that's been in the books since 2007. And according to the law, it says if at least one city union or employee group receives a pay increase, all elected officials are entitled to a 2.5% raise. So because the union representing salaried city employees got a raise this summer, well, now all salaries are going to be adjusted. David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, he's among those that have an issue with this. He believes a pay boost should really be performance-based. Meanwhile, though, we talked to the mayor and he's defending the practice. So let's take a listen to those two different perspectives.
This just underlies the frustration that people have with elected officials because they get automatic pay raises, yet there's no accountability for it. What needs to happen is that they should have to vote on this every year or every time there is a pay increase, so the voters know exactly who's voting for the pay increase and who isn't voting for it. That would provide more transparency and probably fewer pay raises.
Despite this being a news story every year, it's really not really a news story because everybody in any line of work every year typically gets cost of living increases, and this is basically what this amounts to.
Well, for some perspective on that, since this law was passed back in 2007, the mayor's salary has jumped nearly $80,000. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 7:07 now, and we want to hear from you. Do you think city leaders deserve a raise? So far, 99% of those who have voted say no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Turning now to counties under pressure. Police are investigating a shooting in Owings Mills. Police say a man was shot along Q Court last night and was taken to a nearby hospital. We will continue to follow the story and bring you updates as they become available.
Lawsuit battle over control of the Baltimore Orioles claims that the team could move, but Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred told members of the Baseball Writers Association as long as he's in charge, you can count on the Birds staying in Baltimore. The Angelos family recently extended the lease at Camden Yards after the state announced more than $1 billion in Maryland Stadium Authority funding. Yeah, staying here early. Well, it is, but I mean, Baltimore, with the history of the Colts, I mean, you start hearing about teams leaving, and you're going, wait a minute, wait a minute.
Which is why it's good news that they're staying put. I don't think Baltimore could go through that
to leave
again.
In the middle of the night like that again, not going to happen. And I mean, now that they're investing in the stadium, that shows that there's a future.
I know, but there's one of the owners who has a house in Tennessee, and Nashville wants a team. So it's like, and you read all that and you're like, oh, come on. Like, we can't not have the O's here. I mean, that's Baltimore.
I know.
Since
Hence
54.
The family drama that's going on internally. So let them have the drama and let us keep the team.
And let's have the Orioles continue to improve so then you get money and then they want to keep them here because they're doing so well.
Can't wait. All right, 7:09. We're talking about the start of the season today.
No, they couldn't do it today.
Not today, but less than 4 months, guys. Less than 4 months until opening day.
That's crazy.
I'm excited about that.
4 months.
I can't wait to get out to Camden Yards. This is what it looks like right now when you step outside from our Towson camera. We have a lot of cloud cover, a lot of fog that is out there, making it difficult to drive. These are the visibility numbers. When you see a half mile or a quarter mile, that means it is really tough to see the car in front of you, just a couple of feet in front of you. So make sure to increase that distance and take it a little slower. The road's still kind of wet. Even though we're not tracking actual rain, it is definitely misty out there. Statewide, our numbers are in the lower 50s right now with some 40s out to the west, but Overall, a foggy morning will lead to a few showers here in the next couple of hours. However, our temperatures do stay above average. Back with your full forecast as we track what we expect later today and into the rest of the week.
Thank you, Justin. New overnight, Georgia Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock has won re-election, narrowly beating out Republican challenger Herschel Walker in the state's runoff race.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what this all means now as we move forward. Megan.
Sure. This was a highly anticipated race here. Taking you live to Capitol Hill here this morning, where Democrats have now officially claimed that 51st and final Senate seat. This is in the 2022 midterm election. And this is that shift of power right here, guys. That is now giving Democrats the outright majority for the rest of President Biden's current term. Much like the primary, this runoff race was a close one. This morning, final results, the very end of them still trickling in, but with more than 98% of the vote in right now, Warnock has won more than 51.3% of that vote. In fact, Republican challenger Herschel Walker now conceding. This election marks Senator Warnock's second runoff victory. He will now be in office for the next 6 years. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Well, coming up this morning, we continue our coverage of the legal battle the Archdiocese of Baltimore is now facing. We have new report findings in our next half hour. Plus, the latest concerns from Baltimore City's Public Safety Committee, their goals of today's meeting focusing on the local fire department.
And as you continue your Christmas shopping, it's important to be cautious when you're purchasing gift cards. How scammers are making their way into your wallet this holiday season. 7-11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $7:14 now. If you're planning to buy gift cards for some of the special people in your life this holiday season, there are a few things you need to know because, believe it or not, scammers have found a way to steal info from the cards that are still on the shelves. That kind of blew my mind. For this week's Confident Consumer, Angie Barnett with the Better Business Bureau is joining us. All right, so let's get right into this because, I figured there's got to be a balance on the card for you to steal it, but these are cards that are on the store shelves that then you'll go in and buy. What are they doing?
So a scammer, or actually this is just a criminal, can go walk through the stores, grab the card, peel back or peel down, get the PIN number, call in, get the balance, spend it, particularly on online shopping, and when you buy the card, if you don't notice, the back is a little ruffled, that balance, you've paid $50 for something that has zero balance.
So before you bought a zero, I'm shocked by that.
This happens so frequently, and so one of the things you can do, and we really encourage, get your gift cards from behind the counter. Go to the customer service, buy from a retailer directly. The card carousels are great, but you've just got to really inspect that packaging. The next thing is you got to read the terms and conditions on the back. There shouldn't be an expiration date. If it is, it must be disclosed. And if you're buying money cards, look at, are there any fees? How are they used? Those kinds of things. You just have to really be smart. And I bet you, Patrice, do you have a lot of gift cards in a drawer or maybe on your computer that you haven't used?
I have a couple, yes.
People are really, that is what we're infamous for. So we also want to make sure we're not using reseller or websites that say, we'll buy your unused gift cards.
Okay.
Or you say, or you can buy a $50 gift card for $20 off of that. You really want to be cautious of those. That's a business model that really doesn't work.
What about because you do have gift cards that you've held on to for a year or two, and you want to check the balance to see what that is. Do you need to be leery of those sites?
No, you want to go to the retailer direct. Okay. You want to not use a website, because think about it. It's just like giving your credit card. If you go to a website to check your balance, that they're going to do that service for you. You're giving them the PIN number on the card. You're giving them all the information. So let's go directly to that retailer. And if you're buying gift cards online, buy them from the retailer. Don't go to a website that just sells all different types of gift cards.
Okay.
That can really, you're not sure you're going to get a gift card with a real balance. So it's something simple, and it's the #2 gift for Christmas time, but please be careful. And just like we say all the time, be smart. And lastly, gift cards are for gifts, so don't pay your BGE bill, don't fall for scams in which they ask you to buy a gift card.
Okay. Whew, that's a lot for the gift cards. Dang, scammers out there. Thank you, Angie. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, always wanting to spoil a good thing.
I know. Angie, can you buy them, though, at, like, the store, like at Wise and stuff, and, like, Target? Those are okay, right, when they have the big displays?
They're okay. Just flip them over, check your packaging.
Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, good. I have a Sears gift card. You think that still works?
I think that's expired.
All right, taking a look outside. Good morning, ladies. Good morning to all of you. Happy Wednesday. It is hump day. We're trying to get over the hump and head toward the weekend, but we've got a lot of fog right now. This is what we're seeing from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. This is how it's looked most of the morning here. 52 is your current temperature. Dew point temp at 51 degrees. We always talk about when the air temp and the dew point temp are very close. That's typically when we have almost 100% humidity, which is what we're looking at right now. And we're looking at visibility levels that are a half mile or less, especially in northern Baltimore County and Harford County, all along the 95 corridor, even south of Baltimore, down through Brooklyn Park into parts of Anne Arundel County, down there on 97, out through I-70, 83. Basically, anywhere you're driving this morning, you're going to have to deal with some of the foggy conditions. Now, we're not actually tracking rain as of right now. A couple of light showers are starting to creep a little bit closer to Carroll County, right around Frederick there, up into Hagerstown. But as you pull back a little bit further, you can see more of that rain is going to start rolling in. So we're not quite done with the rain as of yet. This is all part of this next weather maker, which is this cold front that's just to the west of us. Out ahead of the cold front, some more milder air. So even with the clouds and those showers around today, our temperatures will stay a little bit more mild. Keeping the hourly future scan in motion here, a couple of more hours away from seeing those showers, especially right around 10, 11 11 o'clock this morning. Then as we head later into the afternoon, the rain's pretty much done, but we stay socked in with the cloud cover that'll be with us through the later part of the day. So make sure the kids get out to the bus stop and have at least the rain gear ready to go just in case. Beep, beep, with 52 this hour, upper 50s through noon, and into those mid to upper 50s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. And we'll see those 50s here for most of us, even some lower 60s for you on the eastern shore later today. Up and down the East Coast here, even mid 60s in Richmond and close to 60 down the ocean there in Ocean City. So that milder air in place. Here comes the cold front, however. So as that passes through later tonight into tomorrow, we'll start to get a little colder air working in. Tomorrow's still not going to be too bad, but finally by tomorrow afternoon, we should see some breaks in the clouds and the sun popping out briefly because more rain is coming in Thursday night into early Friday morning. That's going to leave us with some wet conditions for Friday's drive. And then Friday afternoon does dry out a little bit, but then that next weather maker bringing in the potential for some white stuff in certain areas here, especially northwestern parts of Baltimore County, up near Carroll County and Frederick, as well as the Maryland and PA line. Not really looking for a lot in actual accumulation, but we're probably going to see a few flakes flying with that colder air in place Friday night into Saturday morning. You can see the colder temps too, almost 60 today, but only upper 40s heading toward the weekend, finally clearing out into next week. Tom, we know it's been kind of rough on the roads, and we've been talking about the fog all morning.
Yeah, in fact, there's some major incidents that we need to tell you about in the Lens Solar Traffic Network. Taking a live look right now from the traffic that's moving. This is south of the city, though. We have that incident where you can see right at 100, and there were some multiple vehicles. It looks like there's one, maybe even two lanes getting by now. So that's 100 westbound, and that's some good news. This is the other major issue. This is 95 northbound, and you are right up in Bell Camp here where there's multiple vehicles right before the Maryland House to get off there. And so traffic has been stopped on 95 northbound for quite some time, and it's backing up. So make sure you give yourself a lot of extra time if you have to go 95 northbound near Bell Camp.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Well, we are getting Maryland back to work. It's time for our Job of the Day. State Farm hiring a claim specialist. If you'd like some more information about this position, you can go to foxbaltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
The legal battle continues over the release of the Catholic clergy abuse report. Coming up, we are live with the latest developments and the lawsuit being filed today.
It's so Baltimore. Take a step back in time to experience how a Maryland Christmas was celebrated centuries ago.
That's right. The annual Holidays at Hampden explores Yuletide festivities and decor from the 19th century. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Towson with more. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. You're right. We're in the 1800s. It's Christmas time, and Ranger Shannon is telling us what's going down.
Yep. So what's going down is Saturday. If you come to Holidays at Hampden, it's an all day. It's fun. It's festive. It's family friendly, and it's free. Is come to Hampden, you get to experience what this place was like in the, throughout several generations. Wow. But we're not just talking about the Ridgely family here. We're talking about everyone who lived and worked here across, here in the mansion, of course, and then across at the farm. So we're going to be talking about a rich diversity of lives. So there's the Ridgely family, of course, and how they would celebrate Christmas, but we're going to have a ranger program that looks at farming families and freedom. So we'll be talking about enslaved individuals who worked here at Hampden. We've recently done an ethnographic study that's told us a lot about the people who lived here. Now we have names to put to those individual stories, and many of them, they're stories of bravery, of resistance, of wonderful skills. You have coachmen and cooks and all the people that make the life in the mansion possible. And so we're going to look at those lives. The Griot Circle of Maryland will be here with us, and they'll be doing some African-American storytelling, which is really enjoyable. It's great to watch. And then we're going to have the Connections Academy Choir. They're performing. We'll have several different musical groups performing throughout the day. So it's really, it's a good family day. You bring the kids, There are some crafts, and you can learn a lot about history here.
I love it. And again, guys, again, every time we see Ranger Shannon, it's going to be great information, and it's going to be a great location, a great move for the family, and educational. You can't beat that.
Always fun to go back in time with them. Thank you, Mark. Well, if you want more information, it's on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
The fog continues to make driving very difficult this morning. Beyond that building, nothing, right?
Our weather authority team is tracking when that fog will lift and if there is a chance for snow this upcoming weekend.
The Baltimore Firefighters Union says they desperately need new equipment. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how city leaders are responding to their concerns. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Maybe go right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, looking at not only the fog we see this morning, but also the potential for some snow flurries.
La, 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 la.
I think a lot of people are like you, Patrice. Tom, good morning to both of you. And yeah, I mean, there is going to be that potential as we get into some of the colder weekends. I mean, it is December, so meteorologically speaking, December, January, February, that's meteorological winter. So right now, it's the fog that we're dealing with, and I believe it's zoomed into that Towson Christmas tree, but you really can't tell at all. I just stepped outside myself a moment ago, and we definitely have the misty conditions. Half-mile or less visibility, pretty much area-wide here, so all of us dealing with those low clouds and even some light showers at this time. Temps are not bad, upper 40s and lower 50s, but definitely have that rain jacket and the umbrella with you over the next few hours. So as you continue to rise and shine with us, numbers will steadily rise into the low and mid-50s. We won't see much of the sun at all today, topping out at 59, however. Mid-50s, a little cooler tomorrow with some pockets of sunshine, and then our temperatures start dropping as we head closer to the weekend. And we'll examine that forecast a little bit more in detail coming up in a few minutes from right now. We know the roads have not been good out there, Tom, at least with the traffic conditions.
Yeah, slow go this morning, and this is the issue right here. This is 95 northbound in Belcamp, where traffic has just been at a standstill. So if you're traveling up 95 northbound there, right near the Maryland House, you are going to have a long wait. In fact, it's recommended that you get off, maybe go over to Philadelphia or Route 1 and get around that situation because of you can see it's just sitting.
Well, 7:32 now and continuing coverage this morning, the legal battle over the release of a Catholic clergy abuse report.
The report details accusations of child sexual abuse in the Archdiocese of Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning from the Baltimore Basilica. She's got a closer look at the case and why this is happening behind closed doors as new developments are happening. Shannon.
Yeah, absolutely, Patrice. This has been an ongoing tug of war. But today, we do know that attorneys for the abuse victims, well, they are expected to file a lawsuit demanding that this report be released in its entirety finally. It all comes after a group met right here just about 3 weeks ago, right at the oldest cathedral in America that's here in Baltimore. And they were fighting this very same abuse, demanding that the Attorney General's investigation into predator priests in Baltimore be made public. So let's take a listen to some of their words.
It is time for Catholics sitting in church pews, like I once was, to stand up and demand accountability from their leaders.
Now is the time to hold the church finally accountable for the pain and suffering that they have caused countless children and adolescents.
Now, fast forward 3 weeks later, though, those voices, they're now being silenced. A judge has barred anyone connected to this case to share information about it. He's ordering that all proceedings, filings, and communications regarding this matter be confidential. And he's also ordering that any future filings are to be delivered to the judge's chambers and not to the circuit court clerk. Well, Judge Anthony Vittoria, he's the one ordering these restrictions. And according to his state bio, he's a member of the Catholic community, and he's been one since 1997 in South Baltimore. Meanwhile, the Archdiocese has long insisted it supports the release of the 400-page investigation, but with conditions. They say it failed to allow some people mentioned in the report a chance to respond, and so the church is now paying the legal fees to provide them that chance.
Now they deserve to be heard by the court, and we will pay their legal fees to ensure that they are heard.
So all of this, of course, is just making critics even more skeptical. But again, happening today, attorneys for some of those abuse victims are expected to demand that this entire report be released. We're going to be following this and, of course, see how it all plays out. Reporting live in Mount Vernon, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News will continue to follow this developing story. You can stay updated both on air and right from our website, foxbaltimore.com. 7:35 and also happening today, Baltimore City's Public Safety Committee is holding a hearing on the fire department's apparatus issues. They are discussing maintenance and replacement.
Olivia Danstrom joins us live now from West Baltimore with the latest concerns and what we expect from today's meeting. Olivia?
Well, good morning. And in a letter to Councilman Conway, who's the chairman of the Public Safety Committee, the local firefighters union says that the apparatus fleet of the Baltimore City Fire Department is, quote, currently in a state that is dangerous to the effective operations of service delivery to the public. The letter continues on saying it's imperative that the city ensures there are enough fire trucks and ambulances appropriately maintained and serviceable to meet the high demands for emergency service. Now, this has been an ongoing issue, though, with last year the president of the union saying equipment needs to be replaced and is aging.
We have many of apparatus that are way past their prime. They are slowly falling apart.
Now, the union says the department is struggling to correct oversights in the past and deal with present dilemmas to modernize their fleet. The pandemic causing manufacturing shutdowns only made the problems worse. In the letter, the union is proposing the Public Safety Committee hold public hearings on the current state of the fire apparatus fleet. Now, that hearing's happening at 1 this afternoon at City Hall. And the union is also encouraging the Public Safety Committee to explore the adoption of the fire service industry standard. Of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring the meeting today to see if city leaders come up with any solutions. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Quote, we have a long way to go. That's what the Maryland State Superintendent of Schools is saying about the recent Nation Report Card. And still ahead this hour, the changes that need to happen to get the grades back on track.
And home buyers, listen up. We've got new forecasts that show it might be worth your money to wait a few months. We're breaking down price predictions from our Live Center and what it means for Baltimore. Rain showers, as we just saw in that shot, are here off and on this morning, but we should be drying out by tomorrow. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers will take a look at how the temperatures are holding up. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Open up the big live window here from the top of the Transamerica building. Boy, I tell you, this is how it's looked most of the morning as that fog continues to be thick. Look at some of these visibility numbers that are all across the board, either a mile or less, pretty much all the way down to the ground. Tough to even see that car in front of you. So we are seeing a few light showers being picked up on our HD radar right over Baltimore City, up the JFX over toward Towson, out toward the outer loop of the Beltway. A few more showers now moving into Westminster there in Carroll County. So not quite done with the rain. I still have that yellow light for our morning drive, as we know it's already been rough out there. Temps staying in the 50s for the next few hours. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. 740. And if you're in the market to buy a home, you may want to give it at least 6 months.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with new housing predictions just out. Megan.
Well, real estate company Redfin is releasing its predictions for next year. And what they're forecasting right here in these predictions is that home prices are going to drop about 4% by next summer. We want to take a live look from Baltimore because we're included in this. Our city actually expected to be one of the more resilient housing markets in the country. Albany, New York also making the list, along with Chicago, Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, and Rochester, just to name a few on their top 10 list. On average, Redfin predicts home sales nationwide, take a look, to fall to their lowest level since 2011, with interest rates remaining above 6% for most of the year. That would continue to put a damper on home prices, but don't expect a dramatic plunge. Redfin predicting the median home price in 2023 will be around $368,000. What they do not expect is a foreclosure crisis like what we saw in the late 2000s. Most homeowners will be protected by a steady job market and more equity in their homes this time around. That's some good news there. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
Thank you, Megan. The New York Times is expected to experience a walkout for the first time in nearly 50 years. The reason for the protest and how long it is expected to last.
You remember the Ever Forward that was ever stuck, it felt like? The captain of the massive cargo ship recently stuck in the Chesapeake Bay is now facing repercussions. The options he has to fight back. 7:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:44 and now to a crisis in the classroom. We are hearing from the Maryland Superintendent of Schools on the results of the nation's report card. The numbers paint a bleak picture for Maryland.
Now, the test is taken by hundreds of thousands of 4th and 8th grade students assessing proficiency in reading and math. Average student test scores declined by several points in both subjects. Many education experts, though, are citing the pandemic, but a majority of Maryland students are not proficient in neither reading nor math.
Most states saw decreases, I should point out, as Maryland did, but Maryland's decreases are some of the larger ones in the country.
Regardless, we have a lot of work to do when we look at how our students are faring against other student groups across the country.
The disparity is highlighted in Baltimore. 4th grade students are testing 26 points lower than their peers in other large cities in math. 8th graders are testing 21 points lower. Just 42% of Maryland students showed that they were ready for kindergarten this year.
7:45 and topping your headlines this morning. Journalists at the New York Times are about to do something that has not been done since the 1970s.
They're preparing to go on strike. Tomorrow, more than 1,000 staffers are expected to take to the streets to protest their wages and more. The historic work stoppage is expected to last for 24 hours while employees plan to picket outside of the Times offices.
Now, according to the News Guild of New York, a staggering 90% of the Times workforce is expected to take part in this protest.
A little closer to home and making headlines, the FAA is looking into a drone sighting by pilots landing at BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport on Sunday. The FAA says the crew aboard a Spirit Airlines flight arriving from Atlanta just before 2:30 radioed in that the drone was about 300 feet below them, just 6 miles from the runway, and that other pilots are now saying they saw a drone just south of the airport. And Arundel County Police have been notified as the FAA continues its investigation.
7:46 right now, and the captain of the Ever Forward is having his operating license suspended. You remember the ship was stuck in the Chesapeake Bay for more than a month after it ran aground this spring. Captain will be offered a chance to formally challenge the decision. Keep in mind, this was the same shipping company that had a sister freighter stuck in the Suez Canal in Egypt in 2021.
Well, it's 7:47 now, and we want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. See if anything's cleared up, which is we look at the shots.
I mean, talk about being stuck, guys, right? I mean, this is what it looks like out here. We can't see much at all, kind of stuck in that cloud cover, that pea soup, or the instrument meteorological conditions for pilots all the way to the ground. A lot of LIFRs out there, low IFR conditions. So definitely want to maybe practice in the simulator today, because we are talking about this visibility that's still a half mile or less. Some of us even seen a quarter mile or less, pretty much for all of us around central Maryland, all the way from Baltimore to the south and to the north, east and west, all areas just socked in with this cloud cover. Now, in terms of the rain, dealing with a few showers that are starting to get closer to Carroll County right there, and just to the east of Frederick now, moving closer to Westminster. You're going to see these showers roll right through Cockeysville and Baltimore in the next, I'd say, 15 or 20 minutes or so from right now. Part of that larger system that is tracking from the west to the east. And this is all along that cold front, which is still hanging out west of Maryland over the mountains. As this passes through later today, eventually we'll filter in some colder air. But before that happens, we get that warmer or milder air out ahead of that. That's what's an indication with these red arrows right there. That's kind of the mild conditions here. Even though we've got the cloudy skies, couple of spotty showers, 9, 10, 11 o'clock. That's going to be the time when we'll see the last chance for the rain really moving into the area, because by about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, notice those green blobs go away, even though we keep the cloud cover around, really not tracking much more in the way of rain. There's Dale the Dragonfly buzzing about with temperatures in the upper 50s and close to 60 for the afternoon. Let's see if Hank the Bird's awake now. Oh, there he is. Okay. He was just sleeping in because of all of the fog. 54 in the 9 o'clock hour for his bird as the word cast, in the upper 50s into that noon hour, even this afternoon in Carroll and Baltimore counties. You're going to see those upper 50s throughout the area. Some areas almost 10 degrees above average from this time of year. Eastern Shore, upper 50s and lower 60s for Denton and Easton, down through Trapp and Cambridge. 58 your high today in Chester across the Bay Bridge. And basically along the 95 corridor, those temperatures are staying above average for today. That's along that cold front that we talked about. Here comes the front. It's passing through later this afternoon. Behind that, that cooler and drier air. Tomorrow, finally finally we'll get some pockets of sunshine later in the day. But guess what? Another round of rain comes Thursday night into Friday morning. That's what we're going to see right there in your future scan. Friday afternoon, we get a break again, and then another round of showers comes in late Friday into early Saturday. Some of the indications with some of our computer models are showing at least the potential for some white stuff that is going to be falling here in northwestern Baltimore County and Carroll County. Not really talking about much in the way of accumulating snow there. Dave and Angie sent this picture in of cash all ready for the holidays with the holiday sweater as well from Bel Air. Thanks, Dave and Angie. I appreciate that. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. That's the email for holiday pet bits, or you can put them on Chime In too. We'll put them on TV all weekday morning long. Weekday mornings long. That's what I was trying to say. All right, next day, 56 and then 40s into Friday and Saturday. So you'll definitely feel that cooler air for the weekend. Monday and Tuesday, finally, we start to dry and clear out. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And the fog is getting thicker in Belcamp. We actually have a shot. Yeah, there you go. You can see it right here where the traffic is at a standstill. This is 95 northbound, just south of the Maryland House, where there's a multiple vehicle accident there, and it's caused 95 to be shut down for a while now. Looks like GPS units are sending everyone over to 40 or Philadelphia Road to get around that, but that will take you some time, so just be ready. You're backed all the way up to 24 if you're going 95 northbound in Belcamp. Now we want to get a check of your oh, never mind. Okay.
And we're at Holidays at Hampden National Historic Site in Towson. We'll tell you all about it coming up next.
Very special penguin has been named at the Maryland Zoo. Just ahead, when you may be able to see the new addition. Fish doesn't look good.
Fish, well, coffee always looks good. Fish looks good to them, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if they like our coffee.
Good point. Well, trending now, a very special announcement from the Maryland Zoo.
Oh, it's heartwarming. They're revealing the name. We've got a lot going on here. Okay, so we're about to do Countdown to Christmas. And we had this in the way. We were trying to get it off before we started doing this story. But
it's confusing because the story's about the Maryland Zoo.
So, yes, they're related, but not quite. So let's go back to the naming of this newly hatched penguin chick. It's Ravioli.
Yeah, voters got to choose between 3 Italian food-themed names for this little guy right here. The options were mozzarella, limoncello, or ravioli.
And it was a tight competition, but Ravioli came out on top. Now, the baby penguins are still too little to be on display. You will be able to see them, though, in the next few months. You won't see them in this box, though,
no,
apparently.
You won't. Probably not. That's what we were told.
All right, so that gives you a hint, though, at what you could win in today's Countdown to Christmas giveaway. Not the penguins, but a box full of stuff. We're going to open this gift, and then we're going to give you the number to call so you can win this stuff. Now, that's really cute.
See that? Look at that. You win an elephant. You win a cheetah or a leopard. You win a hat to go there, too.
That's a little kitty hat, yeah.
Yes. You win a bag of, looks like T-shirts. Oh, yeah, look at this. T-shirt, sweatshirt. Here's a T-shirt here.
That's
Maryland
a cool
Zoo.
water bottle.
Nice water bottle in the canteen.
That's also a nice mug.
Hoodie. Look at that, Maryland Zoo hoodie.
And what's this big thing?
That looks like a
let's see, I can't tell.
Rainforest Quest.
Rainforest. It's a car, and there's like there's a gorilla and there's a man, and that's going to be some action.
And this says elephant kiss print. Do you win an elephant? Adopt an animal? Oh, okay, maybe not. All right, so adoption certificate. You don't actually get to bring the elephant home, but you get the elephant kiss print. See that? That's an elephant giving you a kiss.
Okay.
It's a lot of.
I like it.
It's a lot of snot right there. And then you get to the bearer of this document is an official zoo supporter. So there you go. The ticket vouchers right here.
Very nice. So
great
all of this, worth $292.
Wow.
That's a
that's a great box here, right here. Even though there's no penguins involved, you can still see ravioli.
But once I was going to say, once you go to the zoo, then you get to see ravioli. All right. Well, the number right there on your screen. Give us a call now. Caller 10 will win 410-481-4545, and all of this will be yours.
Good luck. All right. Well, the fog, you know it, it's hanging around this morning. Take a look at this. Our weather authority team tracking when the fog will lift today and if there is snow heading our way this weekend. 7:57 is your time.
we are talking about a significant step in the right direction.
Mayor Brandon Scott doubling down on his crime reduction plan, with the city seeing over 300 homicides for the 8th straight year. Fox 45 News examines if it's actually working.
Pay raises on the table for city employees without voter approval. Fox 45 News takes a look at the ethics behind the law.
Foggy start to your Wednesday morning, but we will see some brighter skies ahead and possibly some snow this weekend. We'll break it all down on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. On this Wednesday, December 7th, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Still a foggy start. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with when this is going to clear out.
Yeah, eventually later today, we will see that fog lift, ladies. But, I mean, it's going to still be cloudy, kind of misty, maybe an inside day for sure, similar to what we had yesterday. Hello. We're not talking about the rain, though. We're seeing a few showers still left over the next couple of hours. But this is what it looks like right now with that cloud cover from our Towson camera. And all of our cameras are fogged in. Look at the visibility, a quarter mile or less up in northern Baltimore and Harford counties, half mile or less visibility down 83, 95, 70, all the way down into 97, Highway 50. I mean, basically all of our roads are impacted. We are tracking just a few of these light showers that are moving through at this time, and more rain is on the way, with temperatures staying mainly in the 50s for right now. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. And Patrice, I know it's been rough on the roads.
It has, and it hasn't let up even at this hour. Look at that. You can see nothing but the fog, and you can see all those folks there at an absolute standstill. There's an incident, 95 North in Harford County. All the northbound lanes, as well as the shoulder, are closed, so there's nowhere for them to go. They are stuck right there for now. So if you usually take 95 North for your morning commute, you need to find an alternate route. 8:02 now. We begin this morning in a city in crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott is doubling down on his crime reduction plan.
With the city seeing over 300 homicides for the 8th straight year, Fox 45 News is examining if it's actually working.
As the city grapples with the crime crisis, our elected leaders are set to get raises.
Well, we have live team coverage for you on a city in crisis this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live from downtown Baltimore with a look into the massive raises that leaders will earn in the new year and the concerns from residents who question whether they deserve it. We'll get to her in just a moment. But we begin with Olivia Dan. She's joining us live this morning from West Baltimore with a look into the latest push from Mayor Brandon Scott to expand his crime reduction plan. Olivia.
Good morning, Megan. And the mayor is expanding his group violence reduction strategy to the entire city by mid-2024. The program is currently piloted right here in the Western District, but city leaders say the plan is working.
I am confident the strategy is working, and I am very optimistic that expanding to the Southwestern District and eventually across the city is going to prove fruitful.
Now, this is the third time Baltimore leaders have tried to implement the Group Violence Reduction Strategy, or GVRS, which works to intervene before crime occurs. Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, who you just heard from, says the Western District has seen a 33% reduction in gun violence in the last year. But Baltimore has once again surpassed 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row, with fewer lives cut short in 2022 compared to the same time last year.
None of us up here are celebrating that violence is gone in Baltimore. We are talking about a significant step in the right direction of seeing violence be reduced at this level in our most violent district, but also that even as we stand here today, that homicides and shootings, while we are over 300, are down from last year as well, right? So that's the reality.
Now, long-term funding of the GVRS expansion remains unclear. Currently, the program's funded through the Federal American Rescue Plan. And Commissioner Harrison says there will also need to be additions to staff in order to support the expansion. But given Baltimore police are severely understaffed, he said he's looking at repurposing existing resources. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News is demanding answers about raises coming to city leaders. The news comes days after the mayor vetoed the city council's plan to reduce the amount of time they need to serve to earn a pension. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the ongoing questions in reaction to the raises. Shannon.
Well, as for a reaction, Patrice, some people are questioning really whether our city leaders deserve this raise. It's going to be hitting right at the start of the new year. And so that means that some of City Hall's top earners already, well, they are going to be seeing their salaries go up. In fact, take a look right here. We know the city council president, as well as the comptroller, all 14 city council members and the mayor, they are all going to see their salaries go up. And right now, that means that the mayor is going to be earning more than $200,000. Now, this all stems from a law that's been on the books since 2007. And in that law, it says that if at least one city union or employee group receives a pay increase, all elected officials are entitled to a 2.5% raise. So, because the union representing salaried city employees got a raise this summer, well, now salaries will be adjusted. David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, he is among the many that have an issue with this. He believes a boost in pay should be performance-based rather than automatic. But we talked to the mayor, too. He's defending the practice. So let's go ahead and take a listen to those two different perspectives.
This just underlies the frustration that people have with elected officials because they get automatic pay raises, yet there's no accountability for it. What needs to happen is that they should have to vote on this every year or every time there is a pay increase, so the voters know exactly who's voting for the pay increase and who isn't voting for it. That would provide more transparency and probably fewer pay raises.
Despite this being a news story every year, it's really not really a news story because everybody in any line of work every year typically gets cost of living increases, and this is basically what this amounts to.
Well, for some perspective on that, since this law was passed in 2007, the mayor's salary, it's jumped by nearly $80,000. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
New details in the legal battle over the release of a report into accusations of child sex abuse within the Archdiocese of Baltimore. Why the rest of the investigation will now be taking place in private.
And we are learning new details about the tragic killing of a pregnant 19-year-old in Baltimore. What neighbors are telling Fox 45 News.
Foggy start to your morning. Temperatures not too bad, but it's going to get colder this weekend. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax and our Weather Authority team breaking down that potential for snow and the cold. It's all coming up after the break.
It is 8:10, and we've got our Weather Authority team here in studio this morning as we look ahead to the weekend.
Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is here now. She's joining us with the weekend forecast. And Jasmine, really? We're talking about snow?
Yes, there is that possibility, a very slim chance that we could have a few flurries. So if you have any plans early Saturday morning, that's when you do want to keep an eye on the roads. Otherwise, we are in for cooler temperatures. Also, another gloomy weekend after a series of gloomy days. 47 on Friday with a chance for a few showers. Then on Saturday, maybe a few early flurries. Otherwise, we stay mostly cloudy. And by Sunday, we have another chance for rain on the way with spotty showers and temperatures in the 50s. So to time things out, Friday morning starts with rain. This continues off and on into the afternoon. And then by the evening, we get a break from the rain, but it does return overnight into Saturday morning. Here in the Baltimore area, we're looking at a few showers, but possibly around Frederick and areas to the west. We could be looking at a few flurries, but by sunrise around 7:15 a.m., we're nice and dry here, and we stay dry for the rest of the day. So, yes, there is that slight chance for a few flurries, but we'll stay mostly dry, and we're not expecting really any impacts from that. But still, make sure that you are keeping watch on the radar. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Mayor Brandon Scott expanding the city's group violence reduction strategy. We're going to speak with a Baltimore resident and pastor questioning the plan's effectiveness. It is 8:11 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is 8:14, and we have breaking news just into our newsroom. We are now hearing about a shooting on Queensbridge Court in Cockeysville. The Baltimore County Police Department tweeting this information just before 8. Investigators now saying homicide detectives are on the scene as we speak. Right now, we are working on getting more information. We'll bring it to you as soon as we can. In a city in crisis, Mayor Brandon Scott is expanding the city's Group Violence Reduction Strategy, otherwise known as GVRS. The program will expand into the southwestern and central police districts in the first quarter of 2023. Those are outlined in red before then moving into the Eastern District and then eventually the entire city by mid-2024. As the city gets ready to expand GVRS, some are questioning how effective it really is. Joining us live here in studio this morning to weigh in, lifelong Baltimore resident, Pastor P.M. Smith. Pastor Smith, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Ms. Megan. How are you?
Doing well. The Western District has seen a 33% decrease in gun violence from last year. So the police commissioner is reporting. Is that a sign that this program is working?
Well, they have the statistics, they have the data, but I'm cautiously optimistic. They're talking about, number one, it's a pilot program. That means it's tests. Number two, number three, they are moving on a quarterly basis from the Western to Southwestern. They won't get to my district, the Eastern District, until the end of 23. And what concerns me is the increase in crime. If it's that urgent, if it's that important, they need to do some other things in addition to what they're doing in that particular district. Number one, they could hire more policemen. Number two, more facial recognition. Number three, more cameras. There was a murder right in my neighborhood Sunday before last, and they came to me looking for my camera. No, why don't you have a camera? You know this is a drug corner. Put a camera on that light pole and you don't have to knock on my door. They went all up and down the block. Again, they won't get to my district until the end of 23. And that murder count is still, by the end of 23, will be close to 300.
Pastor
and
Smith,
I don't see it making a difference.
That's what I was going to ask you. Is it a step in the right direction?
It's not enough. That's what I'm saying. Take some of those cameras off of 83, put them in the community. You don't have to ask me. Facial recognition, there's no problem with that if you're asking for my cameras. Facial recognition. Tags, the recording of those tags, critically important. Number two, why can't we put that plane in the sky if we're at an urgent point and if all hands are on deck? Then there's nothing that should be available that's not being used. That's my concern.
There are certainly some shortfalls monetarily. They've mentioned the staffing is still an issue. They're trying to hire more officers. Understanding where we are right now and looking that there's at least some movement there, is that reassurance that there's going to be help on the road and in the future here, and also that there's a little more transparency, knowing that they're going to put, you know, the latest updates on their dashboard. Does that help you as a citizen feel a little more at ease?
If they do their part before they ask me to do my part, because they can't protect me. They have the weapons, they have the guns, they have the bulletproof vests. Nobody in my community can even carry that. So I want them to do their part before they ask me to do my part. Now, they've come with their graphs and they've come with their maps, they've come with their statistics, but I'm cautiously optimistic. I want to quote Mark Twain. He says there are three kinds of lies. There are lies, damn lies, and then there's statistics. I'm not impressed with their statistics. I'm cautiously optimistic.
All right. Pastor Smith, thanks for weighing in.
Can I say one other thing?
Okay.
Baltimore, choose life.
Thank you. 8:18, time to get another check of our forecast.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers still in the middle of fog, which you said we were going to have all throughout the morning.
Yeah, that's exactly how it's looking. Patrice and Meg, good morning to both of you, and good morning to everyone. This is basically what we've been kind of dealing with here through the morning hours. Our temperatures haven't been that bad. In fact, the right side of your screen, notice our numbers are mainly in the 50s, so cool but not cold, and definitely not seeing the freezing fog. That would be a much different story if we had those temperatures that were quite a bit colder. But widespread quarter-mile or less visibility, which is basically zero visibility. Tough to even see that car in front of you, and that fog is getting thicker. All of this white area right here from Towson up 83 to the north, across Carroll, Baltimore, and Harford counties, even to 95 extending north as you head up toward Wilmington and up into parts of Cecil County as well. Tracking some rain showers, too. You can see that now on our HD radar. Not much rain, just a couple of light showers out through Bel Air, down into Essex and Middle River and Dundalk, out into Reisterstown as well. As we pull back a little bit further, the rain extends back toward Westminster and Eldersburg. And then the further out you go, you can see a little bit of the leftover rain that will continue to move through. On the back side of that, around Frederick, we're starting to see that rain let up a bit. This is all ahead of this cold front that is moving in. This is the next weather maker, so the cold front's going to come through this afternoon. But before that happens, we get kind of that milder air out ahead of that. Here's a look at our hourly future scan. Next hour, tracking more of these showers into the 9 and 10 o'clock hour. Still some leftover rain, but by midday today, less of of the rain will be with us. And in fact, as we get to about 3, 4 o'clock, we're not really tracking rain, just the cloud cover and the overcast conditions, kind of misty throughout most of the day today. So probably more of an inside day today, 52 in the this hour. And as we get through noon, we'll be in the mid to upper 50s, topping out close to 60 for some of us later this afternoon, even though we've got an overcast day ahead. Our high of 59 with a few of those spotty showers. The sun up until 4:44. Unfortunately, don't get to see the sun very much today, but by tomorrow, we do look to see some pockets of sunshine and temperatures that stay above average across central Maryland and down through the eastern shore. Now, it'll be a little bit cooler tomorrow behind the cold front. We are tracking rain late Thursday into early Friday. Numbers drop back down into the 40s on Friday with some showers in the morning. And then those showers late Friday night into Saturday, that's going to be our next weather maker that will bring the potential for some wintry type precipitation, especially in our northern sections of our viewing area along the Maryland and PA line. We're not talking about a lot of accumulating snow, but we are going to see at least a few of those flakes flying Saturday morning. And then Sunday and Monday, our conditions dry out. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. The Maryland Zoo has a big announcement. Find out this cutie's name chosen by voters in our next half hour.
And holidays at the Hampden National Historical Site in Towson. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
.24, it's So Baltimore. You can explore the Hampden National Historic Site and experience Christmas from the 19th century.
The annual Christmas at Hampden is happening this weekend. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live in Towson with more on this. Mark, so much to see and do there.
I know, look, we're at the dinner setting. Melissa here. Melissa is a technician. Melissa, you make all this, help make this magic happen, right? As we look around the dinner setting, we see the fresh fruit, the fresh desserts. We see the candies. And the ice cream, none of it's real.
None of it's real. Don't try to eat it. Yes, we have this dining room here at Hampden National Historic Site set for a dessert service after a holiday dinner. All sorts of fruits, nuts, gelatin that they would have had during the 1820s, during the era of Maryland Governor Charles Carnan Ridgely. And all of this was made possible by the enslaved African Americans, cooks, and servants. They would have prepared all of this food, set it all out, cleaned the areas, and served the guests.
We were talking about, Melissa, that's kind of the changing face of, and not the changing face of history, but including those stories along with obviously the big stories of.
We've done a lot of research, yes, to include a whole broad range of stories of the individuals that lived and worked here during their lifetime. To learn more about this, we'd love to have everyone come out this Saturday to Holidays at Hampden. We have all sorts of activities going on all day long. Starting at 11, there's an open house from 1 to 8. All sorts of activities for the kids, lots of fun. Bring your family and friends. There's things at the farm side, carolers, singers. We'd love to have you.
Well, Melissa, thank you so much. And again, you know, not only a great time for the family, but a chance to learn so much about history, maybe stories that you weren't even aware of.
All right, Mark, thank you.
We're going to put some more information for all of you on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
It is still a foggy start to our morning out there, but temperatures are going to reach the 50s this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is looking ahead to our weekend forecast, even the possibility of snow.
The legal battle continues over the release of a Catholic clergy abuse report. Coming up, we are live with the new developments and the lawsuit that is being filed today. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday, December 7th. I'm Megan Gilland.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly when the snow is going to be coming.
Snow.
Yeah.
We couldn't even see it out there if it was happening.
And I mentioned before, Tom, Megan, good morning to both of you, that if it was colder this morning, we'd be dealing with freezing fog. Right. Thankfully, that is not the case. However, the National Weather Service did just issue a dense fog advisory, and we've been showing you this all morning long, where you can't even see down to the ground from the top of that building in Towson. Here's the dense fog advisory. Covers pretty much the entire viewing area. This goes until 10 o'clock this morning. And we've already seen those visibility numbers that have been reduced, and it's actually getting worse. We've got a quarter-mile or less visibility. Look at that area in white right there. Baltimore up into Towson, all the way up into northern Baltimore County, across into Hartford and Cecil counties as well. All of that's a quarter-mile or less. So that fog is basically down to the ground, which is why we've had issues on the roads already. And add to that, a few rain showers that are also rolling in at this time. So not the best day to be outside if you can hang inside, with numbers that are not cold, 40s and 50s right now. We'll keep those 50s going as we take you into the middle part of the day, and even close to 60 by this afternoon. Back with your full forecast, and we'll track that potential weekend wintry weather maker in just a few. Tom, it's been all morning. You guys have all been talking about the issues on the roads.
Yeah, especially 95 northbound in Bell Camp. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network drive times, and you can see that the slowdown because of the fog most likely, and the sheer volume in these areas.
It is 8:31, and we have continuing coverage this morning of the legal battle over the release of the Catholic clergy abuse report.
Yeah, the report details the accusations of child sexual abuse within the Archdiocese of Baltimore.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning from the Baltimore Basilica with a closer look at the case and why this is happening behind closed doors. Shannon.
Yeah, this has been an ongoing tug of war, Megan, as we know, but today, attorneys for some of those abuse victims are expected to file a lawsuit and demand that the entirety of this report finally be released. It comes, if you'll remember, after a group met right here at the Baltimore Basilica. This is the oldest cathedral in our country, and they were fighting that very same abuse right here, demanding that the Attorney General's investigation into predator priests in Baltimore be made public. So let's take a listen to some of their words.
It is time for Catholics sitting in church pews, like I once was, to stand up and demand accountability from their leaders.
Now is the time to hold the church finally accountable for the pain and suffering that they have caused countless children and adolescents.
Well, fast forward 3 weeks later, though, those voices, they are now being silenced. A judge barring anyone connected to this case to share information about the case. He's ordering that all proceedings, filings, and communications regarding the matter be confidential. And he's also ordering that any future filings be delivered to the judge's chambers and not to the circuit court clerk. Well, Judge Anthony Vittoria, he's the one ordering the restrictions, and according to his state bio, he's been a member of the Catholic community of South Baltimore since 1997. Meanwhile, though, the Archdiocese has long insisted it supports the release of the 400-page investigation, but with conditions. They say it failed to allow some people mentioned in the report a chance to respond, so the church is now paying the legal fees to provide them that chance.
Now they deserve to be heard by the court, and we will pay their legal fees to ensure that they are heard.
Well, all of this is just making critics that much more skeptical. Again, we know happening today, some of the attorneys for the victims in this case, well, they are going to be filing that lawsuit demanding that the entirety of this report be released. And we are going to continue to follow this and see how it all plays out. Reporting live in Mount Vernon, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, Fox 45 News will continue following this developing story, and you can stay updated both on air and right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Turning now to a crisis, in a city in crisis, where there are some new questions that are coming up after neighbors say they heard arguing just before a pregnant 19-year-old was shot and killed in Northeast Baltimore over the weekend. We pressed the police commissioner, Michael Harrison, on that shooting.
Was this domestic related? Do you know who you're looking for?
Well, investigators are working to find the answers to all of those questions as we speak. I don't want to say anything that would compromise the case and that would mess this up once it gets to court.
Police say 19-year-old Jamira Burrell was shot multiple times Sunday morning. The department has not released any suspect information. Funeral arrangements for the girl have not yet been posted. Jamira Burrell is one of several teenagers that were killed this year.
Yeah, Bernard Mushka Thomas right here was killed on the first day of the year, along with 16-year-old Desmond Canada. Now, in May, 16-year-old Jay Brunson was shot and killed during an after party for his junior prom.
In September, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed during dismissal at Mervo High School. And then just last month, 13-year-old Kelsey Washington was shot along East Fayette Street there. She died a week later.
Also happening today, Baltimore City's Public Safety Committee is holding a hearing on the fire department's apparatus issues. They're discussing maintenance and replacement. Olivia Dance is joining us live now from West Baltimore with the latest concerns and what we can expect from today's meeting. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Tom. And in a letter to Councilman Conway, who's the chairman of the Public Safety Committee, the local firefighters union says that the apparatus fleet of the Baltimore City Fire Department is, quote, currently in a state that is dangerous to the effective operations of service delivery to the public. The letter continues on, saying it's imperative that the city ensures there are enough fire trucks and ambulances appropriately maintained and serviceable to meet the high demands for emergency service. Now, this has been an ongoing issue, though, with last year the president of the union saying equipment needs to be replaced and is aging.
We have many of apparatus that are way past their prime. They are slowly falling apart.
Now, the union says the department is struggling to correct oversights in the past and deal with present dilemmas to modernize their fleet. The pandemic causing manufacturing shutdowns only made the problems worse. In the letter, the union is proposing the Public Safety Committee hold public hearings on the current state of the fire apparatus fleet. Now, that hearing's happening at 1 this afternoon at City Hall. And the union is also encouraging the Public Safety Committee to explore the adoption of the fire service industry standard. Of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring today's meeting to see if city leaders come up with any solutions. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. From the Live Center this morning, real estate company Redfin just releasing its predictions here for next year. And they're forecasting home prices, take a look at this, to fall around 4% by next summer. Taking a live look from Baltimore here, where our city is expected to be one of the more resilient housing markets in the country. Albany, New York, also making the list along with Chicago, Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, and Rochester, just to name a few on that top 10 list. On average, Redfin predicts home sales nationwide to fall to their lowest level since 2011, with interest rates remaining above 6% for most of the year. That would continue to put a damper on home prices. But don't expect a dramatic plunge. Redfin predicts the median home price in 2023 will be around $368,000. What they do not expect is a foreclosure crisis like what we saw in the late 2000s. Most homeowners will be protected by a steady job market and more equity in their homes this time around. That's the latest from our Live Center.
Addressing vaccine hesitancy in Baltimore City, how one group is working to dispel misinformation about life-saving vaccines through social media and candid conversations.
And we are getting ready for a cold weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking those temperatures in his full Weather Authority forecast. Time now 8:38 on a foggy Wednesday. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Just mentioned this a moment ago, but the National Weather Service posting this dense fog advisory. This is for all of us through 10 o'clock this morning. That's because that visibility continues to be deteriorating. In fact, a lot of us, a quarter mile or less visibility. That's up and down the 95, the 83 corridors. So as you're heading out over the next few hours, please just take it slow. Rise and shine cast. Well, as we're starting to think about brunch time, maybe low to mid 50s. Temperatures are mild for this time of year and for this time of the morning as well. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Justin, thank you. This may not be the end for the Patterson Bowling Center after all. The elected city leader demanding other options and what developers are now considering.
Oh, and the fluffiest fish-eating member of the Maryland Zoo finally has a name. What this African penguin chick is now going by, and we're warning you, it's cheesy. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
COVID, coronavirus, has been around for a long time. I know, surprise, surprise. But the common cold is caused by coronavirus. If you've ever heard about the SARS coronavirus outbreak, that happened back in like 2002. There were minds, brilliant minds across the world that were working to make a vaccine that would protect us from something so devastating as a mutation that...
Yeah, we are now in the seventh coronavirus, COVID, as you know about it. Now in the relaxed state of the pandemic precautions, though, more than 75% of all Baltimore City residents have received at least one dose of the vaccine, yet only 53% of the city's black population is actually vaccinated. A new candid campaign, COVID Conversations, focuses on vaccine hesitancy and aims to inform the public through social media and not docking down to people, just giving you the facts. Co-creator of COVID Conversations, Julian Hammer, joining us right now. Julian, thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks for the time, Tom.
You have YouTube videos out there. I was able to see some of them right now where you just get the influence from people. We're getting it from our friends, our family, sitting at the bar. You hear something, wait, what's wrong with the COVID vaccines? And you let everyone talk. And then you kind of have the professional, the health professional, break down the facts for us.
Yeah, we had an amazing opportunity from Black Public Media, and they granted us the opportunity to tell this story, COVID Conversations, and it was a great opportunity. Sir Alex was able to go in the streets and really break down and talk to folks about what they really thought about COVID, what's the misinformation they're hearing, all of that. So it was really great to meet people where they were and get to have real conversations.
And not mocking anybody that's in there, because we've heard, and we've almost all of us have heard a lot of the things that are brought up in those conversations. And when you start the conversation, you're like, okay, why are you hesitant about it? It's great because you want to hear exactly why they're hesitant and go, okay, well, let us calm those fears that you may have, or what you heard, where did you get those facts? And then you kind of break it down for them. How is the reaction now coming from these YouTube videos?
So it's really interesting. It's been running as a paid social campaign on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. So it's been fun getting just messages from people like, hey, did you work on this? Or was this something that you all did with Sir Alex and Dr. Obo? So it's been great reception so far. We're getting some really nice organic folks being driven to the site. And hopefully it's driving folks to learn more about COVID-19 and as well as information about the vaccine for folks who are still a little hesitant about getting vaccinated.
Well, a lot of people now, I mean, we've had 2.5 years of people talking about the back and forth going, well, it doesn't really help, or it doesn't help here, or I don't like flu vaccines, so why would I get a COVID vaccine? So there's a lot of questions that are out there. When you do break that down, though, why specifically Black population? Why is that lower right now, especially in Baltimore?
Well, you know, I think it's a really nuanced conversation that it's really hard to tackle with just the short clips that we use, but it was an opportunity to really meet people where they were and hear all the different perspectives. It's a lot of different factors as to why folks aren't vaccinated, whether it's simply not having the time, the resources to be able to get to vaccine places, more information about what's happening with these vaccines, what is in the vaccines. People just want to know and be informed and have autonomy to make choice in their own decision when it comes to the vaccine.
And it's great that you're allowing the questions, too. Hey, have some fears, have some questions. Let us talk through it and resolve that for you. Julian Hammer, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming in and sharing this with us, too.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, now we want to go to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the fog, and once the fog leaves, then we're talking about snow?
Yeah, possibly, Tom, in some areas coming up early Saturday morning where we have that potential for some wintry weather to move in. But this is what we're talking about right now, and the dense fog is here, and it's here to stay, at least for the next couple of hours. In fact, this is what I showed you a little while ago, the visibility map, a quarter mile or less from Towson, the outer loop of the Beltway, all the way up 83, all the way across into Hartford and Cecil counties on 95 north as you head out of town through Baltimore City and even down to Glen Burnie, Severna Park, and as far down as Annapolis. We're seeing some of the foggy conditions. Also tracking a few light rain showers right over Cockeysville, up into Moncton and Jarrettsville, and there in Baltimore County. Pull back a little bit further, and you can see a few more of those showers in D.C., down into Fredericksburg and Lexington Park. And as you look out a little bit further here on our HD radar, more of the heavier rain down through Lynchburg and Roanoke. So we're just going to see a couple of spotty showers over the next few hours as this cold front continues to move in. Ahead of the cold front, kind of the milder air is what we're seeing, that southerly flow bringing in those temperatures that actually are going to be above average. They've been above average here this morning. We'll continue that trend through the afternoon. That's what those red arrows indicate, that southerly flow right there. Overall, on our hourly future scan, though, 9, 10, 11 o'clock, that's when we'll see this line of showers that will continue to roll through. At noon, 1 o'clock, we start to see the rain taper off a little bit, and we keep the clouds around, but not tracking those big green blobs out there. So we're not going to really see much rain for the afternoon, just the cloudy skies that stay with us. Daryl, the Dragonfly buzzing around a bit with upper 50s here, about almost 10 degrees above average for our temps this afternoon. Across Carroll and Baltimore counties, mainly mid to upper 50s. As we look out toward the south and to the southwest, Ellicott City there in Columbia, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, also in the upper 50s. And Eastern Shore may even sneak into some lower 60s for Denton, down through Easton there in Talbot County, and all the way down through Cambridge as well. Now, here's a look at that kind of wider picture in our future scan. There's the cold front coming through. Behind the front tomorrow, we'll start with cloud cover, but by tomorrow afternoon, we see those clouds break up a little bit, hopefully getting a little pocket of sunshine, at least for a bit. Slightly cooler tomorrow, then much cooler air on Friday. This is early Friday morning into midday Friday with those rain showers that'll be with us. And speaking of that snow, the potential exists there as this low pressure system gets closer to us early Saturday morning. Some of the outlying areas and our higher elevations will have a better chance of at least getting some of those flakes flying. But temperatures definitely dropping, so upper 50s today, but mid 50s tomorrow, upper 40s as we approach the weekend with drier and clearer conditions early next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window, a shot from Clifton. I like this shot right here, looking down at the boats and the harbor right there, the docks, everything lit up nicely for the holiday season. So thanks for posting that picture, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code on your screen. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax in the 9 o'clock hour will continue our Weather Authority forecast.
All right, Justin, thank you. It's 8:51, and we have an update for you this morning. There is now a plan that could save the historic Patterson Bowling Center.
Now, the news that the nearly 100-year-old duck pin bowling alley is closing down for redevelopment sparked community blowback. Now developers are considering keeping one floor, 6 lanes, while moving forward with its building plan.
City Council member Zeke Cohen also tweeting saying that he wants to help broker a deal, writing, "It's about how we grow as a city without tearing down the quirky small businesses that make us great," and that is one of those businesses.
Also trending now, a very special announcement coming from the Maryland Zoo.
It is revealing the name of its newly hatched penguin chick, and it is ravioli.
I love the video on how they show you how it's ravioli, too. This, you're taking a look at it right here. Voters got to choose between 3 Italian food-themed names for this little guy. The options were mozzarella, limoncello, or ravioli.
And it was a tight competition, but ravioli came out on top. The baby penguins are still too little to be on display. Look how cute, but you're going to be able to see them in the next few months.
Yeezy come, Yeezy go. That's the slogan of a tattoo removal company now offering free service to anyone who wants their ink impressions of rapper Kanye West removed.
Who knew this was such a thing? London-based Nama made the announcement on Instagram and a few weeks ago. And since then, 3 people have started the laser removal process. At least 10 more have booked consultations, so that now we're up to 13 people who have had a Yeezy tattoo. The CEO of the company says the tattoo removal initiative is receiving interest worldwide. Worldwide. Still don't know what to get your Secret Santa gift? Maybe a tattoo removal, or maybe we've got you covered here at Fox 45. In our next hour, the best gift ideas for any name you pull.
And we're gearing up for today's creature feature with the Maryland Zoo, the slow-moving animal, getting ready to make their television debut.
That's something that could get you moving a little quicker?
That's exactly it. I was thinking the same thing. It's time for a coffee break.
It is 8:56 and we are back with a recall alert. Take a quick look in your fridge before you pack your next lunch for school or work. Kraft Heinz Foods Company is recalling about 2,400 pounds of its ready-to-eat Oscar Mayer ham and cheese loaf. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the products may have fallen victim to cross-contamination with underprocessed material. So far, there's no word of any illnesses related to the recall, but something to keep in mind. Topping your morning business report, Hertz will pay $168 million by the end of the year after falsely accusing customers of stealing cars. The settlement includes 364 pending claims. The company claims the reports were a result of a glitch in the system. Hertz says it believes a meaningful portion of the settlement will be covered by its insurance carriers. Despite fears of a global recession, the airline industry is expected to turn a profit in 2023 for the first time in 4 years. The last time the industry made money was back in 2019 before the pandemic pushed demand down. Demand has now increased with the reopening of borders closed by the pandemic, and a strong U.S. dollar has encouraged more Americans to travel overseas. Phones, snacks, water bottles, let's face it, space goes quickly in the car. Genevieve Gorder has a handy solution just in time for your holiday travels to make sure that everyone has some space. Here's today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys, I have a product that solves a pet peeve so many of us have when we jump in our car. The cup holder that isn't big enough to hold your cup, your water bottle, your coffee. You know exactly what I'm talking about. This is the solution. This is the Cup Captain from Sharper Image. It's a 2-in-1 cup holder that rotates 360 degrees and doubles your storage space. You just twist to fit any size cup holder right here, and it locks it in place so nothing will tip. Now, here's my favorite part. You know, you all have this water bottle that doesn't fit in the cup holder, and it rolls around on the ground, on your lap. It's annoying. This will adjust to fit large or small. So gone are the days of your water bottle falling on the floor and clanking around. This expands and contracts to fit any size cup, just right. And the great news is that it's not just for drinks. The Cup Captain is perfect for all kinds of things. It holds food containers, tablets right here, even your wallet. We all have these organizational systems for our desks, our nightstands, our kitchens, our closets. Why wouldn't we have that same approach to an area we spend so much time in? Our cars. It's perfect for kids in the back holding their snacks and their tablets. And we're offering 25% off today, you guys. And it's a 2-pack. To take advantage of this deal and save money, go to asadeals.com.
Mayor Scott is expanding the group violence reduction strategy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're looking into the questions that remain about the effectiveness of the program.
Should city leaders get pay raises in the new year? Many are pushing back. Coming up, just how much their salaries are going to go up come 2023.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Wednesday, December 7th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We need to check in right now with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax, who has a look at a very foggy start today.
Yeah, it's not the best start. Not only that, but we're also picking up on a little bit of rain outside. So it's a morning when drivers really need to be safe on the roadways. We are talking very foggy conditions and visibility less than 1 mile. The temperature right now 53, so that part's not too bad. But the fog is the big issue that we're seeing. Notice all of the areas in dark gray. That's for a dense fog advisory through 10 a.m. I'll let you know what to expect after the fog ends and how your weekend looks coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, well, the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network now. Let's see what's happening on the roads out there. Your drive time's not looking good, but that is reflective of what we've been talking about and seeing all morning with the fog. 25 minutes from 795 to 95.
9:01, and we begin this morning in a city in crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott doubling down on his crime reduction plan.
With the city seeing over 300 homicides for the 8th straight year, Fox 45 News is examining if it's actually working.
And as the city grapples with the crime crisis, our elected leaders are set to get raises.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon and Lily will join us from downtown Baltimore with a look at the raises that leaders will earn in the new year and concerns from residents who question whether or not they deserve it. But we begin with Olivia Dance. She is joining us now live from West Baltimore. She's got a look into the latest push from Mayor Brandon Scott to expand his crime reduction plan. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Patrice. And the mayor is expanding his group violence reduction strategy to the entire city by mid-2024. The program is currently piloted right here in the Western District, and city leaders say that the plan is working.
I am confident the strategy is working, and I am very optimistic that expanding to the Southwestern District and eventually across the city is going to prove fruitful.
This is the third time Baltimore leaders have tried to implement the group violence reduction strategy, or GVRS, which works to intervene before crime occurs. Baltimore Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, who you just heard from, says the Western District has seen a 33% reduction in gun violence in the last year, but Baltimore has once again surpassed 300 homicides for the 8th year in a row, with fewer lives cut short in 2022 compared to the same time last year.
None of us up here are celebrating that violence is gone in Baltimore. We are talking about a significant step in the right direction of seeing violence be reduced at this level in our most violent district, but also that even as we stand here today, that homicides and shootings, while we are over 300, are down from last year as well, right? So that's the reality.
Long-term funding of the GVRS expansion remains unclear. Currently, the program is funded through the Federal American Rescue Plan, and Commissioner Harrison says there will need to be additions to staff in order to support the expansion, but given Baltimore police are severely understaffed, he said he's looking at repurposing existing resources. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Fox 45 News is demanding answers about raises coming to city leaders. The news comes just days after the mayor vetoed the city council's plan to reduce the amount of time they need to serve to earn a lifetime pension for part-time work. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live here this morning. She has more on the ongoing questions and reaction to these raises. Shannon.
Well, as for reaction, Megan, we know that some people are questioning whether these city leaders really deserve these pay increases in the first place. They are going to take effect right at the start of the new year. And we know that it means salaries will go up for some of City Hall's top earners already. So let's take a look at them right here. City Council President, as well as the Comptroller, and all 14 City Council members and the mayor, they are all going to see their salaries increase. We know the mayor is going to be earning more than $200,000 per year. And these pay increases, they all go back to a city law that's been in the books since 2007. And according to that law, it says that if at least one city union or employee group receives a pay increase, all elected officials are entitled to a 2.5% raise. So, because the union representing salaried city employees got a raise this summer, now salaries are going to be adjusted. We spoke with David Williams of the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, and he is among the many that have an issue with this. He believes a boost in pay should be performance-based rather than automatic, but we also talked to the mayor. He's defending the practice. So let's take a listen to those two different perspectives.
This just underlies the frustration that people have with elected officials because they get automatic pay raises, yet there's no accountability for it. What needs to happen is that they should have to vote on this every year or every time there is a pay increase, so the voters know exactly who's voting for the pay increase and who isn't voting for it. That would provide more transparency and probably fewer pay raises.
Despite this being a news story every year, it's really not really a news story because everybody in any line of work every year typically gets cost of living increases, and this is basically what this amounts to.
Well, for some perspective from what you just heard from the mayor, since this law took effect in 2007, the mayor's salary has increased by $80,000. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. And we want to hear from you. Do you think city leaders deserve a raise? So far, 99% of those who have responded say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. The last battle of the midterms has been decided. Incumbent Democrat Raphael Warnock defeating Trump-backed Republican Herschel Walker. The Associated Press calling the race late last night.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us live from Capitol Hill this morning to break down what this means for Washington. Kayla.
Well, good morning. So Democrats successfully picking up that 51st seat with Raphael Warnock's win Tuesday in the runoff election in Georgia. Herschel Walker conceded Tuesday night in a speech at the College Football Hall of Fame saying, quote, "There's no excuses in life and I'm not going to make any excuses now because we put up one heck of a fight." Now this win solidifies Georgia as a serious battleground state going forward, one that was just deep red a few election cycles ago. Walker's loss is another blow to President Trump and his influence on the party and voters. Moving forward, picking up this seat means Democrats don't have to share power with Republicans in the committees. And it also means that they won't have to rely on Kamala Harris as a tie-breaking vote.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live from Washington. Thank you.
By a 61 to 26% margin, voters for today's number of the day say they prefer everyone have the same opportunities, even if some people end up far more successful than others. A Scott Rasmussen national survey finds poll respondents favor this over the government ensuring inequality is minimized. The survey also shows about a fifth believe bureaucracy and a hard work ethic are racist ideas. However, 63% disagree, with nearly half saying they strongly disagree. We've got some breaking news for you this morning. We're hearing about a shooting on Queensbridge Court in Cockeysville. In fact, this is a live look from the scene right there. You can see Baltimore County Police on the scene. They did tweet this information that it happened just before 8 o'clock. Investigators saying that homicide detectives, again, on the scene, as we can see right there. We're working to get more information, and we'll bring you that as soon as possible.
9:08 now, and it's So Baltimore. Learn more about how Christmas was celebrated in Maryland centuries ago.
Take a step back to the 19th century and explore the Yuletide festivities for holidays at Hampden. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark in Towson with more on this. Mark.
And once again, we're with Ranger Shannon, and again, so is this 1850 also?
Yeah, this is the drawing room. It's set for the 1850s, so it's got some wild patterns, a lot of well, you know, a lot of natural patterns, but really heavy on the florals because Eliza originally was into horticulture. So, but yeah, this is the drawing room. It's set up for essentially, you know, Christmas morning where they're distributing gifts. And so this is the room you would come from, that dining room you guys were just visiting, into the drawing room afterwards. But the conversations that take place here in the 1850s, you know, it could be anything really. But one of the things that we feature, or for the holidays, one of the customs that the Ridgeleys continued here, which is a little unusual during the period of enslavement, is that they would give toys to children of enslaved families. Now they would do this, and the reason we realize how, you know, they kept meticulous records. So we have the names and individual and dates and what they received. And what's fascinating with this is when you look at it, initially it seems like something that's very thoughtful and kind, that, you know, well, we're giving you a toy. But it was actually also used as a method of control, because if you withhold a toy, then you're actually, you know, kind of showing power over that person.
Wow.
But one of the names that's fascinating on here is Rebecca Posey, because in 1852, under her entry in the Christmas list, it says gone. And what we know about Rebecca is that at the age of 15, she decided to seek her freedom and made her way away from Hampton and started a new life for herself in Baltimore. So these are stories that you can come and learn about and explore the mansion during the open house and holidays at Hampton this Saturday. It should be fun. It's a family-friendly event. It's free. We're going to have children's crafts across the way at the farm. We're going to have ranger programs throughout the day. And then, you know, it's holidays, so we have to have some music. So the Connections Academy Choir will be here. The 42nd Street Carolers, the Baltimore Larks will be here performing. So we'll have a good variety of music and stories and a really rich history of Hampton right in your backyard.
Wow, that's not, you know, and maybe some unexpected stories that may change your life. Wow. Thank you so much, Ranger.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. And we're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/news links, so people know how to get out there.
Well, if you're looking to buy a home within the next 6 months, you may want to wait a little bit. I'll tell you why from the Live Center. That's coming up.
And concerns rising about the safety of fire department equipment just ahead, the moves happening today that could force some pretty big changes. 9:11 now, and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. All local, all morning. (9:13) every month in our creature feature, we spotlight and share with you a new animal. We highlight some fun facts, and I'm really excited for today's. Kaylee Felker with the Maryland Zoo joining us with a teeny tiny zoom-in Greek tortoise.
This is Juno. Juno is a Greek tortoise, and they are found all across northern Africa, into Europe and Asia as well. So quite a wide range of places that they can live.
How did little Juno get here?
Juno was actually found in someone's luggage in BWI Airport.
No way.
Yeah, so we needed to, or Fish and Wildlife Services removed her and brought her to us and was donated.
Someone was trying to confiscate this little turtle out or in? I mean, if it was at BWI, they were trying to get in with it? Or?
So Juno came from Morocco.
Oh, my goodness. So why would people be trying to confiscate these little guys?
Look at Juno.
How cute.
Very cute.
Yeah.
But when you see a tiny tortoise, you never know how big they're going to get. And also, this is a species that is a threatened species. So they are potentially going to be an endangered species soon, so we want to keep them nice and safe out in the wild. We're lucky that this species is only going to get to be about 8 inches long, but even large tortoises like Aldabra tortoises or Galapagos tortoises start out this tiny, so you never know what you're going to get when you see a tortoise this small.
And you said we call this little one Juno, but we don't know if it's a boy or a girl.
We don't.
Yet.
I did just say she a couple times because
it's very hard.
Our educated guess is that Juno is a girl, but we don't know yet because of their size. So let me turn her. So
she is just ridiculously cute. And you said this species typically 8 inches, so that's about this big is how big you think she'll get. So what's going to happen with her? Obviously came from BWI, from Morocco to BWI, and now
now what?
Yes, so now Juno is part of our ambassador animal collection. So Juno is going to live at the zoo. She or he stays inside during the winter because it is very, very cold outside, and they are a cold-blooded animal, so they need to stay nice and warm.
Yeah.
But during the summer, we'll have them outside for people to meet, and hopefully for the next 100 years, as they live a very long time.
And I was just going to say, the lifespan hopefully is going to be a long time, and we're hoping to increase this population. Why do you think it's been decreasing? What's going on with these little guys?
The major...
Juno's going to a
Juno's leaving. The major issue is from the pet trade. So because people do take them from the wild when they're small, there aren't very many of them left in the wild. Yes.
And how old did you say Juno was?
Juno hatched, we guesstimate, around last August, so a little over a year old.
Oh my goodness, and it's still so tiny. I had a turtle growing up, so I'm kind of drawn to these little ones. Very active.
Yes.
Not slow at all, by
not
the way.
slow at all. Juno is constantly zooming all over the place, so we give them a lot of activities to do. You can see there are all of these sticks to climb on. We also, like, she climbs on everything.
Can I put this here to let her go?
Oh, yeah, of course.
And this is kind of the fun. Oh, I didn't mean to scare you.
That's okay.
This is kind of what's fun about the ambassador program, is to come and learn more about these animals. You have several of them part of it, and happy
Absolutely.
to invite Juno in.
We have 65 different animals, so many different species to come and meet.
That is the shot right there. Thank you so much for coming in. And Juno, great to meet you here. Hopefully we'll get some warmer weather here, because I don't think Juno likes these cold temperatures. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax joining us with the forecast, and we might need to put some blankets on for her. Because, oh, look.
Yeah.
Did you see that? She's going right over.
Oh, I think Juno may need a little bit of warmth. We do have the cooler temperatures here, but not only that, it's just so gray and gloomy outside. You can barely see anything in our Baltimore shot. It's so foggy outside. Visibility is less than a mile, and temperatures at 53. So not too bad with those numbers, but it's the fog that we're really watching right now. All of the areas in dark gray are under a dense fog advisory. This runs through 10 this morning. After that, we are looking at a little bit of relief, and that corresponds with the areas that you see in red, where we do have the lowest visibility. Many of us seeing that number below a mile, so be sure that you're taking it easy on the roads and driving safely. That visibility could play a factor into your commute. Also, we're keeping watch on a little bit of rain moving across parts of the state. That could have another impact on your commute this morning. So just make sure that you're taking it easy on the roads. Otherwise, temperatures starting off mainly in the 40s and 50s. So you will need the rain gear, but otherwise not bad with the numbers. This is all ahead of a cold front that's moving across the region. Expect a few more showers as we head into the afternoon. Then overnight, we get a break from the rain. And as we head into Thursday, we start off with mostly cloudy skies and dry weather. We'll stay nice and dry into the afternoon. And then overnight and into Friday, we have our next chance for a few showers. These will continue off and on throughout the day. Then after that, we're looking at another chance for a few early showers overnight into Saturday morning. That's when we could see a couple of flurries, mainly to our north and to our west. Otherwise, we do stay mostly dry, so no significant snow impacts here. 59 for the high temperature, with just gray and gloomy conditions for much of the day. We've got the fog this morning, and then as we head into the afternoon, a little more mild as those temperatures rise to above average numbers. We see the numbers fall a little bit tomorrow. We stay mostly cloudy, 56. Then by Friday, we have the next chance for showers, and notice the drop in temperatures. We're now talking the 40s. 48 on Saturday. That's when we have the chance for a few early morning flurries. After that, we stay mostly cloudy. Then we have another chance for showers on Sunday, 50 for the temperature. After that, we start to dry out as we head into the upcoming work week. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. And it hasn't been pretty out there this morning. We've got an incident in Rosedale on 95 southbound. Important to take it easy on the roads with all that fog that Jasmine was mentioning. Look at all those issues out there right now. Give yourself some extra time. Be careful.
The nearly 100-year-old Duckpin Bowling Alley is closing down for redevelopment, a plan that could save the historic alley.
And December is here, and it is that time where everyone is thinking about holiday travel plans. But one thing a lot of people forget when heading out of town for the holiday season is their pets and how to board your pets on a plane. We're going to explain how to navigate all of this. 9:20 now on Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. All local, all morning. How could you forget that face?
December is here, and it is that time where everyone's thinking about holiday travel plans.
Yeah, and one thing most people don't think about when heading out of town for the holiday season, their pets and how to board your pets, not only on a plane, but just to board them in general.
Yeah. And so, you know, the discussion about vacation care for your pets. Let's kind of break it down to initial fundamentals. If you're
Blue. Sorry.
That's Blue, by
Look
the way.
me right in the eye. I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, he's no dummy. He knows how to play it. But at the end of the day, you know, let's talk about initially choosing a place to board your pet. Do not pick a place that doesn't have 24-hour care. It doesn't have to necessarily be a veterinarian, but you have to have someone there 24 hours. There have been horrendous problems in kennels and veterinary hospitals from fires happening.
Oh,
and it does happen. If you search Maryland, you'll see a dozen fires. One on Solomon's Island last year from a homeless person who had a candle.
So
and the
what
veterinary
are
hospital
we
burned
supposed
down.
to be asking questions when we go to board? What are the things we should look into?
The very first thing I would ask is, do you have 24-hour coverage? If they don't have someone there, you do not leave your pet. End of story, hard cut.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then the other thing is, you know, you want to prepare your pets. You want to make sure, you know, they go and they're going to be in a strange environment. Make sure they have their flea and tick medicines, because believe it or not, you can come home with some extra friends, and it can be a disaster.
Well, what about if you're going to bring your pets and you want to maybe, you know, board them on a plane? Because I know, you know, certain things for sizes, you don't want the pets down below or at your feet. So talk about that.
So here's one of the considerations. You want to make sure, you know, look, in the past we used to say we're going to give your dog a sedative to calm it down. The only animals that tend to have a problem are the ones that are sedated. However, that was in the old days when they're just underneath. If you're bringing it in the cabin, you might have to give a sedative, so you talk to your veterinarian. But here's my advice.
It's going to be in my lap soon.
Try it out beforehand. Try the sedative out beforehand at your house. All you want is it to be calm for just a little bit.
I had a question for you, too. Is it best to leave them at home and have someone come to your house and watch them? Because I think that my dogs sometimes seem happier when they're there and having a neighbor come and check on them.
Well, for my dogs, yes, because they don't like cages and the anxiety, but there's security issues there. So that is another thing, you know, you have to really pay attention ahead of time. If you're doing it last minute, it's scary.
Well, there are websites out there. I mean, we use Rover, you know, .com as one of the websites. You can find people. They're vetted. They go through the whole process of background checks, and then we meet them, and then they come and stay in our house. So Nika doesn't have to, you know, be boarded anywhere.
Well, and you know, look, I mean, there's 90% of the people are honest, but 10% aren't.
And when it's your pets and you love them, you need to be cautious of those 10%.
Yeah, you know, it's not paper goods. You know, it's an animal.
I might have to. Blue might come home with me tonight, Dr. Hammond.
Blue comes home with you. Come home with my whole family.
Oh my goodness, you're all welcome. Thank you, Dr. Hammond. Thanks, Blue.
It's my pleasure.
Happy holidays to you as well.
Happy
Thanks for
holidays
being here.
All right, well, we are getting you into the holiday mood right here at Fox 45. Look at that. That is a shot of our tree. It is feeling like Christmas in our studio, and we've got so much still up for grabs for you. There is an aquarium membership. There's My Fair Lady tickets. There's a lottery tree. We're looking at the star there, but underneath that star at the bottom of that tree is a whole lot of gifts. There's even a mattress. So we're going to tell you when to call. It's coming up soon, so make sure you stick around. Well, it is giving season, and police officers in L.A. are spreading joy to children there.
The LAPD Olympic Division is hosting its annual Shoes from Santa event today. The division is celebrating this event for the 11th year. Officers have collected shoes and toys for underprivileged kids in the community. Converse has donated around 2,000 pairs of sneakers. That's nice. Several children have already been pre-selected to take part.
The legal battle continues over the release of a Catholic clergy abuse report. Coming up, we are live with the new developments and the lawsuit that's expected to be filed today.
The Baltimore Firefighters Union says they desperately need new equipment. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how city leaders are responding to their concerns. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. Coming up on 9:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to check right in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax to see if any of the fog is clearing out.
Well, we are still seeing it in place. It's still very gray and very gloomy outside. You're going to notice that fog as you head out the door. This is a look over Towson, and you really can't see much if you look closely. You can see a few cars driving, but we just have that dense fog. We are under a dense fog advisory through 10 a.m. I'll let you know what you can expect for the rest of the day once the fog lifts coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. We want to go back out now to our breaking news. Live from the scene there, hearing about a shooting on Queensbridge Court. This is in Cockeysville. Again, taking a live look as you can see, investigators on the scene. We are now hearing homicide detectives have arrived. Baltimore County Police Department tweeting that this was unfolding just before 8 this morning. We're working to get more information. Again, we've got a live crew on the scene there right now. We'll bring you updates as soon as we get them.
9:31 now, and continuing coverage this morning of the legal battle over the release of a Catholic clergy abuse report.
The report details the accusations of child sexual abuse in the Archdiocese of Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning from the Baltimore Basilica with a closer look at the case and why it's happening now behind closed doors. Shannon?
Yeah, this has been an ongoing tug of war, as we know, Patrice. But today, attorneys for some of those abuse victims are expected to file a lawsuit demanding that this report be released in its entirety finally. And you'll remember this all comes after just 3 weeks ago, people gathered right here at the Baltimore Basilica. This is the oldest cathedral in our nation. And they were fighting that very same abuse, demanding that the Attorney General's investigation into predator priests in Baltimore be made public. Let's take a listen to some of their words.
It is time for Catholics sitting in church pews, like I once was, to stand up and demand accountability from their leaders.
Now is the time to hold the church finally accountable for the pain and suffering that they have caused countless children and adolescents.
Well, fast forward just 3 weeks later, though, those voices you just heard, they are now being silenced. A judge has barred anyone connected to the case from sharing information about the case, and he's ordering that all proceedings, filings, and communications regarding this matter be confidential. He also ordered that any future filings are to be delivered to the judge's chambers and not to the circuit court clerk. This is Judge Anthony Vittoria that we're talking about. He's the one ordering the restrictions, and according to his state bio, he's been a member of the Catholic community of South Baltimore since 1997. Well, meanwhile, the Archdiocese has long insisted that it supports the release of this 400-page investigation, but it supports it with conditions. They say it failed to allow some people mentioned in the report a chance to respond, and so the church is now paying the legal fees to provide them that chance.
Now they deserve to be heard by the court, and we will pay their legal fees to ensure that they are heard.
Well, again, all of this is only making critics that much more skeptical, and we do know that today attorneys for some of those victims are going to be demanding that this report be released in its entirety. So we're going to continue to follow this and see how it all plays out. Reporting live in Mount Vernon, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News will continue to follow this developing story. You can stay updated both on air and on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
33 and turning now to a city in crisis. New questions are coming up after neighbors say they heard arguing just before a pregnant 19-year-old was shot and killed in Northeast Baltimore over the weekend. We spoke with Police Commissioner Michael Harrison on that shooting.
Was this domestic related? Do you know who you're looking for?
Well, investigators are working to find the answers to all of those questions as we speak. I don't want to say anything that would compromise the case and that would mess this up once it gets to court.
Police say 19-year-old Jamira Burrell was shot several times Sunday morning. The department has not released any suspect information. Funeral arrangements have not yet been posted. Jamira Burrell is one of several teenagers killed this year.
Bernard Mushka Thomas was killed on the first day of the year, along with 16-year-old Desmond Canada. Then in May, 16-year-old Jay Brunson was shot and killed during an after party for his junior prom. Happening today, Baltimore City's Public Safety Committee is holding a hearing on the fire department's apparatus issues, and they're discussing maintenance and replacement. We have Olivia Dance joining us live now from West Baltimore with the latest concerns and what we can expect from today's meeting. Olivia.
Good morning, Megan. And in a letter to Councilman Conway, who is the chairman of the Public Safety Committee, the local firefighters union says that the apparatus fleet of the Baltimore City Fire Department is, quote, currently in a state that is dangerous to the effective operations of service delivery to the public. The letter continues on, saying it's imperative that the city ensures there are enough fire trucks and ambulances appropriately maintained and serviceable to meet the high demands for emergency service. Now, this has been an ongoing issue, with last year the president of the union saying equipment needs to be replaced and is aging.
We have many of apparatus that are way past their prime. They are slowly falling apart.
Now, the union says the department is struggling to correct oversights in the past and deal with present dilemmas to modernize their fleet. The pandemic causing manufacturing shutdowns only made the problems worse. In the letter, the union is proposing the Public Safety Committee hold public hearings on the current state of the fire apparatus fleet. That hearing's happening at 1 this afternoon at City Hall. And the union is also encouraging the Public Safety Committee to explore the adoption of the fire service industry standard. Of course, Fox 45 News will be monitoring today's meeting to see if city leaders come up with any solutions. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. 9:36, and if you are in the market to buy a home, you might want to give it 6 months.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with new housing predictions just out. Tom.
Yeah, great advice to save some money. Real estate company Redfin just releasing its predictions for the next year. They're forecasting that home prices will fall around 4% by next summer. Live look from Baltimore, where our city is expected to be one of the more resilient housing markets in the country. Albany, New York also making that list, along with Chicago, Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, and Rochester, New York, just to name a few. Now, on average, Redfin predicts, though, that home sales nationwide will fall to their lowest level since 2011, with interest rates remaining just above 6% for most of the year, dropping below 6% at the end. That will continue to put a damper on home prices. Don't expect a dramatic plunge, though. Redfin predicts the median home price in 2023 will be around $368,000. That's that 4% drop. What they don't expect is a foreclosure crisis like we saw in 2006 through the 8s, right? Most homeowners will be protected by a steady job market and more equity in their homes this time around. And they're not the only ones choosing this, too, because there's other companies out there saying the exact same thing, and it really depends on the area. Looks like Baltimore region is going to be just okay when it comes to 2023 in home sales. That's the latest from our live center. Megan?
All right, Tom, thank you. Coming up, the fate of the Orioles could be set, at least for the foreseeable future. The claims from one team owner that put the timeline in question.
Safety Chuck Clark makes a big impact on the field for the Ravens. What stands out more than that is making even bigger headlines. 9:38. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It is 9:40, and we've got our Weather Authority team here in studio this morning as we look ahead to some possible snow flurries.
Is that why it's the team? So they can deflect
we needed
to each other. We've got meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. She's joining us with the weekend forecast plus the possibility of snow. Actually, it's going to be Justin.
I'm right here.
There you are.
Jasmine's here as well, yes, and we are talking about it back there. Amy and I, as well as Jasmine and Jonathan, all kind of getting this forecast together, looking forward and looking ahead to what we're expecting this weekend with temperatures that will be cooler. Friday only in the upper 40s, and Saturday the same thing with some of those isolated showers. Now, the problem is that cold air trying to catch up with some of this moisture. This is our American model. As we take you on our future scan here, not a lot of precip expected on Friday, but Friday night, early Saturday morning. Look at that little light blue right there, Cumberland over to Frederick. Some of that might leak over into parts of Baltimore County along the Maryland and PA line. Probably just a few flurries, but either way, something that we're keeping our eye on. And we'll have another update on your full forecast with Jasmine in just a few minutes from right now.
9:42. Safety Chuck Clark makes a big impact on the field for the Ravens, but it's his community outreach that is making headlines. Clark is a finalist for the NFL's Walter Payton Man of the Year award, given each year to a player who exemplifies service and character. Every NFL team selects one nominee. Now, Clark is a regular volunteer with Special Olympics Maryland and helps out with the team's Holiday Helpers event at Christmas. The winner will get $250,000 for a charity of their choice. All other nominees will receive $40,000 to donate.
Following the lawsuit over control of the Baltimore Orioles and claims that the team could move, MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred telling members of the Baseball Writers Association, as long as he's in charge, count on the Birds staying in Baltimore. LeAngelo's family recently extended the lease at Camden Yards after the state announced more than $1 billion in Maryland Stadium Authority funding.
Well, Santa is making his list and checking it twice. You should, too. A lifestyle expert is joining us live in studio this morning to tell you how to nail the perfect Secret Santa gift. 9:43 is the time.
9:45. As Santa is making his list and checking it twice, you should too. We're learning the secret to nailing the secret Santa gift. Lifestyle expert Denise Caldwell is joining us to explain and to share some gift ideas, because sometimes Secret Santa can be
tricky.
Stressful. Yes.
It can be tricky. It can be stressful, but I feel like there's so many versions of it. But the real Secret Santa, there's 3 easy tips.
Okay.
Make a list. So whomever wants to get involved, whoever wants to do it, whether it's your office or family members, set a budget. Most budgets start $25, max $50. And then after you set that budget, decide when you're going to actually exchange the gifts.
So wait a minute, make a list. So, so people who are potentially going to get a gift need to give you some idea of what they might like.
Absolutely. So you can put like 3 things, like what's your favorite color?
Okay.
What you like to do, activities, are you an outdoors person, that type of stuff. And when you kind of set that personality profile, because you may not know the person in the office, you may have seen them in passing. Some stuff is kind of obvious, but those are 3 good things when you're doing it. And of course, budget is best. But I have some great ideas here.
Yes. Oh, wait a minute. Let's start with what I have on my head. Why am I wearing this? It's cute. That's
the
one
season
reason.
of gift giving. So I
like
figured,
it.
Santa's helper, hey, I have on the green, and I said, I don't know who's going to do it, but I'll bring some cute little headbands.
Oh, I love it. All right. But so you can cover up your head completely with this.
Absolutely. So we're talking about the gift of warm, cozy, and cute. I got these from Marshalls. So inexpensive. Hats, are great. It's a necessity that you need. It's a practical gift. You may not know the person that well on the list, but they may say, hey, I love camping. I love going outdoors. Or I have a toddler that I run after on the weekend. These are great gifts. So both male and female color palettes, which are great. A lot of the gloves and hats start at $3.99 to $12.
You can't beat that.
Can't beat that.
You can't beat that. Okay, this is another one I think you can't beat.
What else you can't beat? So fragrance.com is actually an online retailer. They give you about 80% off your fragrance gifts, but they're doing 12 days of Christmas as well. So they're giving you gift sets that are really great. So whether you want something that's gender fluid, unisex, or something male and female, these are popular items that are on there, but you're never fully dressed without that scent when you walk out the door. So it's not something that's impersonable. It's something that, they'll love it. And hey, there's a gift set. There's a lot of options within that.
That's why I love those. Yes. Okay. We got to move quickly.
Okay, so if you've seen your selfie queen or your beauty queen or something like that, I love this because this is a limited edition, and it has your makeup brushes, it has your sponges and different things like that, but you can get this at Ulta. And the great thing is that Real Techniques always does great products, and this is under $25. So this is a great gift too.
Okay, let's do this because we need to get to the wine.
We need to get to the wine. So if you see the Tech Guru, what I love about STM Goods, this is under our $50 for Secret Santa. It's right at the $49.99 mark and free shipping. So if you're thinking about someone that's still working virtually, or you see people always holding their phones and not quite getting the right angle, this is something that's great. You can use it for your iPhone, and I think you can use it for Samsung too, which is friendly.
They're wrapping us, but let me just, so we see what it is. It's wine, an Advent wine calendar. Where do I get it?
Cheers, and it is the Advent calendar that you can get at Costco.
Costco. Yes. All right, there you go. That's going to sell out.
Absolutely.
Denise, thank you.
So much fun. Well, we want to give you an update this morning, switching gears on a plan that could save the historic Patterson Bowling Center. The news that the nearly 100-year-old Duckpin Bowling Alley is closing down for redevelopment actually sparked community blowback. Now developers are considering keeping one floor, 6 lanes, while moving forward with its building plan. I love this. This was my neighborhood just a few years ago. City Council member Zeke Cohen also tweeting, saying he wants to help broker a deal, writing, "It's about how we grow as a city without tearing down the quirky small businesses that make us great." Well, it's 9:49. We want to get back to our forecast here this morning.
We've got meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. She's looking at what's coming our way, what's still lingering since this morning.
Yeah, it's the fog. It is still here, and it's still causing some issues. You can barely see anything outside of Towson right now. 53 for the current temperature. Here's another look over the harbor, and again, you really can't see much in the distance as we deal with that fog. We are under a dense fog advisory through 10 this morning, and it's for all of the areas shaded in the darker green, so areas in red, especially to the northeast, really dealing with some of that dense fog. We're also seeing a little bit of rain move across the state, especially to our south. We even have a few areas of moderate rain, so as you head out, make sure that you're taking it safely on the roads. We've got a cold front that will pass this afternoon. There could be a few stray showers, but we stay mostly dry overnight. And then as we head into Thursday, we are looking at a nice and dry forecast. But then by Friday, our next chance for rain returns. So again, 50s today and tomorrow, 40s on Friday and Saturday. We could have a few morning flurries. Then by Sunday, rain. And after that, we dry out. Back to you.
All right, it is time to open our next gift in our Countdown to Christmas giveaway. So here we go. We're going to open up the gift, and then we're going to let you call it and win it. Go for it.
Oh, it might.
Here, you open on that end.
I was going to say,
open on this end.
we might need to for this one. What is this?
I just see something that says water. Okay. Water port.
All right. Whoa. Oh, okay. So while you vanted this up.
There you go.
This is a Ghost Spout portable tank. I had never heard of this before. You can store about 2 gallons of water that you can bring to any outdoor activity. So it's easy to wash your hands. Let's say you're at a picnic, or spray down sandy feet. If you're at the beach before you get in your car.
I see that. Or if you don't put it on super high spray, you can use it to even just like water your plants.
That's true. I have never seen this before. This costs $155.
Or if you're just trying to relax outside and the kids are coming around you, you just you just point it at them. Go away.
I like that.
I'm having the wine for my advent calendar. All right, well, it's your time to call in now. The number's right there on the screen, 410-481-4545. Caller number 10 right now gets to take this gift home.
That's pretty awesome. Well, morning showers, not from our Ghost Spout, but from the sky, with highs reaching a mild 60 degrees under glimpses of sunshine. When we could see them, Jasmine Lomax is going to explain in that 10-day forecast.
Right now, you're taking a look over Baltimore, and you really just can't see anywhere. Looking into the distance, yeah, maybe you're not taking a look over Baltimore. It's just so foggy outside, and you will notice that as you step outdoors, especially for areas in the northeastern part of the state. We're under a dense fog advisory that expires in about 5 more minutes. However, even beyond that, there is still the chance that we are going to see some areas of fog. After that, though, temperatures reach the upper 50s. We do have the chance for a few showers as a cold front moves over the state. Then tomorrow, a little bit cooler, 56 with mostly cloudy skies. There is the chance for rain starting on Friday. This continues off and on throughout the day. And notice the change in temperatures, 47. Then overnight into Saturday, we have the chance for more rain and possibly a few flurries. That'll mainly be for areas to our west. Then as we head into Sunday, another chance for rain, 50 for the high temperature. We finally start to get a little bit drier as we head into the work week, and temperatures are looking above average in the low to upper 50s. And then after that, we start to cool down by the upcoming weekend.
No snow.
No, not the good stuff.
You said to the west. How far to the west are we talking?
We're talking like Frederick area,
Okay,
so
all right.
well
Like
out of the way.
Westminster's probably going to
yes,
see. Yeah.
but Baltimore County possibly a few flurries.
Okay. But it's going to be too warm to stick.
Too warm to stick. So
It'll be pretty, just flying through the air, and then that's it, and then never make landfall.
Hey, it's not the good stuff. Not the good stuff.
And the fog is going to be lifted in 5 minutes from that last shot? I don't think it's 5 minutes.
Just the fog advisory.
Just the advisory, but fog.
Just be careful out
It's
there.
going to linger a little
The
while.
fog's here for the rest of your life. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good luck.
Good luck.